Hello and welcome to the eSporter and Just Lola Man Streets of New Capenna Streamer Showdown Finals. If you have been with us the past 2 days, you've seen some amazing gameplay from all of our participants, pod winners, day 1, NumotTheNummy, day 2, EkiLTV. Really excited to see these fantastic competitors battle it out today for $1,000 in prizes. For anyone who is unfamiliar with eSporter, eSporter is curating esports experiences for casual gamers. When you sign up for one of our splits, you get 4 weeks of pro coaching from your favorite content creators or game professionals. You get 4 weeks of individualized gameplay reviews or draft logs, go through everything to make your own gameplay better. You get group play and scrimmage opportunities over the course of the week that all contribute to a leaderboard. And then at the end of it, you get to participate and compete in a final championship tournament for prizes. It's one of the most unique and fun ways to make some new friends playing the games you love, improve, and then actually get to compete with something on the line. It's a really fun experience. We've got a split starting next week with Just Lola Man. We've got a split starting the week after that with Corticals. Come join us. We would love to have you. This is a really fun and unique experience that hasn't really been available to people in the past. Getting to connect with your favorite community members and to improve and make some new friends and actually compete. And today we are focusing on the competition side of things. So let's take a peek at today's competitors. Duke it out today. I think we might be ready to get this started. We're waiting on one more, and we'll take just a second to get things all set up. Again, last one, if anyone hasn't heard about us, come check us out at esporter.win. Look to learn, play, win. Come sign up with Lola Man or Corticals. It's really something unique that people haven't been able to do before. You get to join a team of even-leveled people, learning together, improving over the course of a month, battling it out against each other to gain spots on the leaderboard. And then ultimately, it all culminates in this championship tournament for prizes. Super fun, really engaging. Come join our Discord if you want to see what we're all about. We would love to have you join us. And it looks like all of our competitors are ready. So we are going to hop right into the draft for the Streets of New Capenna Streamer Showdown Finals. All right, here it goes. All righty, so the table gets randomized right as we click start. And let's just take it down the line, kind of the easiest way so as to not, randomly choose people. We'll start with Ben S because he's in our first seat position, and we'll see what he winds up with for his first pick. One of the things that we've been seeing in a lot of the starts to both Pod 1 and Pod 2 is that the players are doing a very good job of actually kind of being color pair agnostic. You can kind of tell that people are maybe erring on the side of white. But I think when you're around this many good drafters, everyone understands that the best deck is broker, so it's often highly contested. So unless you have a really strong reason to stay in your lane, wow, JamieTopples gets a Vivian of the Hunt. I believe that is the exact same first pick that she had yesterday. That is pretty insane. That's a wild amount of luck to get such a good card to open up with. Really exciting to see a couple of these picks come in. Seth Manfield picking a Disciplined Duelist. Numot getting a War Chief. Wow, really, really strong first picks from some of these competitors today. So we are looking at Ben S's first pick here. All right, let me make sure that you guys can see this okay. Very good. So now we see what the first pick looks like. Seems like there's really only the single consideration. There are other good cards in the pack. Knockout Blow, Involuntary Employment in that black-red sack deck is absolutely, it's a great uncommon to put into that build. But Inspiring Overseer is just the absolute mythic common of the set. NicolaiBolas, thanks for popping in to the chat. Yep, we got you. I think we may have changed that for you. Welcome on in and good luck while you're drafting. Okay. On the wheel, if your first pick is this Inspiring Overseer, there's a world where, honestly, these guys are so good that it's really hard to think any of the good cards are going to come back to you. There's one of the things we saw was, because you're in a pod draft and there's only so many pieces of removal, removal actually takes a outsized priority in some of these people's pick orders. Okay, we see Ben going with a Bouncers of Beatdown as his second pick. So it looks like he's beginning to hedge towards that white-green build. Not a lot else that's even that interesting to potentially pick. After the Overseer, you could take the Lackey. You could take the Bouncers Beatdown. The Bouncers Beatdown is definitely the best pick here. Pretty straightforward. Let's check out what's going on in Mr. Tupperware's seat today. Okay, so he's able to first pick a Rafine's Informant, passing that Bouncers Beatdown to Ben S. You know what? Let's go someone a little further away. Let's go back and forth a little. Let's check out EkiLTV. Passing this way. So you're passing to Ben, so let's go from the inside out so we get a bit of a different experience of the draft. Okay, so let's go over to Topples' first pick. All right, so she opens up with quite a strong pack. A couple of picks in here you're definitely interested in. So with that first pick, you see Vivian of the Hunt, you see a Broker's Charm, you see a Celestial Regulator, Run Out of Town, a lot of cards that you are definitely interested in making into your main deck. But Vivian is just one of those irreplaceable effects that, is just going to be incredibly powerful. If you have a board that can protect her, Vivian is going to be an absolute house for you, pumping out 4/4 green Rhino Warrior tokens. She follows that up with a Riveteer's Outlook. Very interesting pickup here. To be honest, not really giving up all that much. Rooftop Nuisance Hold for Ransom, if you want to kind of hedge into some kind of broker's build here. But she says, I'm interested in carving out my lane early with Riveteers. I kind of like it. Maybe going for one of the underdrafted archetypes. The third pick, Darling of the Masses from Topples, definitely makes a lot of sense. maybe hoping to see one of these 2-drops come around on the wheel. We will see how highly other people are drafting white, though. And then 4th pick, she takes an Exhibition Magician over like a Girder Goons. So it seems like she might be erring on the side of Cabaretti, but we will see. It's still very early in the draft to be making any sort of call like that. And let's go check out yesterday's Pod 2 champion, Akil. So let's start with his first pick. The first pick was Fight Rigging. Really big, really good first pick. A lot of good green rares getting opened in this first set of packs here. And what else is really even? Well, Fight Rigging is just probably too good. Getting a combat turn, put a 1/1 target creature you control. Then if you control a creature with power 7 or greater. So just keep pumping your guys until you get to until you get a huge army and then get to play a huge spell. Okay, so let's go back to pick 2 after Fight Rigging. Obvious pick. Takes the knockout blow. Really, with your green pairing, you really want to be green-white. Green-black's not really playable. Green-blue doesn't come together all that often, but green-white, strong deck, as well as green-red is fine. Probably a little less desirable than green-white. Knockout blow, good pick here. Into a Corpse Explosion, Akil says, hey, this might be open for me. I need to keep my options open. You know, when you look at what continues down the line he's currently gone, the Corpse Explosion is actually a direct line into like a Riveteers type of build. You don't really care about the Fencer, Monger, or High-Rise Sawjack just yet. You're kind of looking for your lane and something strong. Instead of a second explosion, he does get a body dropper here too, so he could be moving into more of a Riveteers build. Sticky Fingers, really interesting. Running Out of Town, definitely the strongest card in this pack, but that would make it so that you're likely giving up on your Fight Rigging. It looks like Akil might be sticking along that Riveteers path. All right, let's jump from winner to winner. Let's go over to NumotTheNummy. Let's take a peek at what he started with. A Workshop War Chief, an excellent first pick. It's actually so interesting. So many good green rares have gone around early in this draft that they're going to make a lot of people want to be in green. It's going to be really interesting to see how people navigate this draft because, you know, there's only so many good green cards to be going around. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen here. Workshop War Chief is that first pick. Second pick, Cleanup Crew. Numot is coming in with some very strong cards to start his draft. Third pick, Torch Breath. I like it. He could be thinking, hey, let's be a red-green beats kind of deck. Big, beefy, get some removal. Takes the Spars Adjudicators over really nothing, over maybe like Involuntary Deployment, but hedging towards that Brokers instead of into the red world definitely makes sense. Takes the Exhibition Magician. As a good red card, and we were on pick 6, and after the Exhibition Magician takes the Corpse Explosion. Again, having a board wipe is just this unique, irreplaceable effect in Limited that winds up having an outsized importance when you're actually in a match. It's probably going to make your main board every time. Sometimes you can side it out if you realize it's not going to work well for you, but just being able to have access to a board wipe is a huge, huge deal. Forge Boss here kind of underperforms, but when used properly and in the right deck, here we go. When used properly in the right deck with a lot of blitz creatures, things getting sacrificed pretty regularly, it can just be throwing extra face damage. It gives you additional reach throughout that match. Takes the Sewer Crocodile, realizes that some win conditions at common might be necessary. Still towing the line between maybe some kind of, maybe it looks like he's a Riveteers build looking for some additional ways to splash. Takes the Maestro's Theater to try and give himself a bit more flexibility with some of these picks. So he went Forge Boss into Tainted Indulgence. Run Out of Town going late here, looking like the players aren't really valuing it all that highly. Maestro's Theater helped open up some flexibility. And let's go from Numot over to Seth. So let's see what he's got for that first pick. First pick, Disciplined Duelist, really strong pickup. Not really sending a strong signal not to be in his colors there because he did have the Pegasus in his pack as well. Follows it up with a Rafine's Informant. Definitely a good 2-drop, one of the, if not the best 2-drop in white at common. So then Seth goes into a Hold for Ransom. Okay. into an Illuminator Virtuoso, really picking up some real strong white cards here. Seth might be carving out a good lane for himself as the rest of the pod picks up so many solid green cards, picks up the make disappear. Let's just look at where he is after pack 1. So let's can you see that? Yeah, you can. Great. After pack 1, it looks like he's in a pretty strong, pretty tight white-blue build. Really good cards to not only support his early game, but look at this. Literally every 2-drop here is playable and desirable. This is a pretty good setup for a tight white-blue deck. If he can carve out that lane, he's going to be in a pretty good position. Woo! To have a strong deck. Sleep with the Fishes here. Pick 1 for Seth. It's going to continue along this white-blue train. So we haven't yet checked in with DeFore. Let's see what his build is and what he's got cooking. So he looks like he is, oh boy, DeFore opens up a rabble rousing. What a good card to lead with. Double Snooping Newsy, double Rooftop Nuisance, Celestial Regulator. Okay, I like this. It looks like DeFore's Obscura build here is actually going to be pretty effective. This Pegasus is probably getting cut, but to be honest, I am I don't really care much about the Fencer. This could be a black-blue deck that winds up just lightly splashing for the rabble rousing, but boy, he's got something strong cooking here. Okay, so who haven't we checked in with yet? We started with Topples, NicolaiBolas. Let's see what NicolaiBolas has got going on. All right, so in best of 3, wiretapping does get a little bit better. But Nicolai, first picking the Cabaret Courtyard with a lot of strong. Okay. Oh, all right. So Nicolai picks up a Jaxus. What is going on here? So it looks like, yeah, pretty strong red-green base, and then figuring out whether it's the white splash or the black splash. Very interesting. Other good cards of note: Sleep of the Fishes, Ceremonial Groundbreaker, Echo Inspector. It seems like they are all kind of far from what Nicolai is doing at the moment. This Riveteer's Charm is going to fit nicely into this build. He's definitely looking for a bit more of that fixing. Riveteer's Outlook, or Riveteer's Overlook, and Cabaret Courtyard. Looks like he's setting himself up to be able to cast all these different colored spells. We'll come back to him as this deck continues to take shape. So let's go back to our initial follow in Ben Stark. Ben is looking like he might be hedging towards what is your base right now? So it seems like he's almost certainly wanting to play black over other things. Yeah, black-red. It seems like that could be. It's going to move off these two. Midnight Assassin Girdergins. We'll come back to Ben as his draft continues to unfold and his deck takes shape. It'll definitely be interesting to check in how he navigates the rest of this draft. Seems like midway through pack 2, there's been a lot of challenging signals sent around from all of these fantastic drafters. And you know what? That's what a good table in a tournament full of pros should be. It should be a very challenging, a messy path to navigate with some of the best players in the game. So let's go back to, let's go just down the line. Let's check out what Lord Tupperware's got going on. Lord Tupperware is building a pretty tight broker's deck. A Sanctuary Warden. Oh my goodness. Well, Lord Tupperware has pulled one of the best cards in the set with a Sanctuary Warden. That's got to be incredibly exciting for him. Whenever Sanctuary Warden enters the battlefield or attacks, you may remove a counter from a creature or planeswalker you control. If you do, draw a card, create a 1/1 citizen. So that's anyone getting counters anywhere. So does he have any ways to pair with that at the moment? Yes, Rafine's Informant and the Sanctuary Warden itself. All right, so that'll be pretty interesting. See how this continues to flow. Ends up taking the Ballroom Brawlers over the Ceremonial Groundbreaker. Probably looking to solidify his 5 slot to get a nice, powerful creature there. All right, so it looks like Tuppy's in good shape over here. Going back to DeFore for a second, seems like he is continuing to grow into that Obscura build with his Rabble Rousing. We are going to see some powerful decks here today on stream. Heading over to Seth real quick. Seth right next door is building himself a nice, tight, white-blue deck. This is going to be solid. You can see a lot of evasive creatures. You can see good interaction with Sleep with Efficients out of the way, make disappear. This deck is going to be pretty good. Majestic Metamorphosis as well. One of the most successful decks in the format. Wouldn't be surprised if it does pretty well. Topples, where is she at? So it looks like she has moved full Cabaretti, filled up pretty nicely at 4, double Voice of the Vermin, Darling of the Masses. If you can get enough ways to consistently create guys like Darling of the Masses with the Celebrity Fencer and any like a Gilded Pinions to consistently get the Darling of the Masses attacking, winds up being incredibly strong. Rakish Revelers with the Celebrity Fencer, that's definitely a good combo there. I'm interested to see how the rest of this shakes out for Topples. All right, let's go check back with day one winner, NumotTheNummy, and he might be the only person building a black-red deck again. Same way that he had some success in Pod 1, was being one of the few people to take the aggressive black-red route. I actually think there's one other drafter at the table, but he is in a good position to get a pretty decent deck here. Dig Up the Body. Wow, it's just a 3-drop slot that you are happy to play all of these cards. Probably looking to improve his 4 slot a little bit. Maybe looking to get some Riveteers lands to potentially splash the War Chief and maybe the Cleanup Crew. Those could be strong enough that you would want to go Riveteers for them. Picks up a Grizzly Sigil, 7th pick. Oh boy, that's a signal that you are in the right lane, my friend. I think looking at this, you definitely see a bit of a black signal. Yeah, black may be open. All right, so let's Lagrella going around 7th pick. Wow. This is pretty wild to watch. You see a lot of players saying, hey, how do I get the edge on these other guys? Everyone knows Brokers is busted. So what do I want to do? I want to not be Brokers because it's a bit of metagaming going on here. This is definitely interesting unfolding of how this draft is going. So I did not think that Lagrella would be going around 7th or 8th pick. Okay, so where are we at? We are on NicolaiBolas. He is kind of looking at a relatively tight red-green build, potentially splashing a little bit of black. And yeah, I like the Plaza. I like the Riveteers outlook. Even if he just plays the Charm, you know, you don't need to splash for the Crew Captain. He does make a decent amount of treasure. Is that even true? Jaxus, one of the most interesting cards on 17 Lands Data. There's a new feature we can filter by low tier, so under 50% win rate players, mid tier 50 to 55, and top tier players 55+% win rates. And or maybe it's 60 plus. It's something. It's separated by win rates, and it's game in hand win rates of specific cards by player win rates. And Jaxus with the bottom tier players has something around like in the 40% of a win rate, but when in the hands of top players, Jaxus actually has an over 60% win rate. This is as of a couple of days ago, but it was one of the most marked differences between a card's win rate when in the hands of more or players losing more versus players winning more. So I think if used properly, Jaxus can be an absolute house. So we'll see what NicolaiBolas can do with it here. All right, let's take a peek at, cancel, excuse me. Let's take a peek at what Akil's going on. Akil's got going on with his deck. All right, it looks like he might be competing with Nummy for that black-blue deck, or black-red deck. It does look like he might be splashing green. You know what? He might just be straight-up Riveteers. I was going to say splashing blue, but really not for anything. I think you're just Riveteers here. Yeah, this is almost certainly just a straight-up Riveteers deck, potentially splashing nothing. Maybe you should play the Glamorous Outlaws, let them fix for themselves. Oh, I do like the number of lands he's able to pick up so far to really make it so that his mana base is going to be pretty solid. Decent amount of removal, fight rigging, just a pretty strong start here for EkiLTV. All right, so we're through 2 packs, and we see some paths start to take shape from our competitors today. Let's go over to Lord Tupperware and check out how he is doing with his broker's build. Oh my goodness. And things are paying off for him holding the line in one of the best decks in the format. Got the Sanctuary Warden, got double Lagrella, Mage's Attendant, this 3-slot Metamorphosis, Broker's Charm. Ooh, this is looking spicy. And Lord Tupperware might be having quite a strong build, a formidable build coming his way. Lagrella's Mage's Attendant, I do like that pick over the Swooping Protector. I think it's probably a little bit better, and with open deck lists, when people see that you've held up 4 open mana, they know to play around your Swooping Protector. So I think the Mage's Attendant is just a nicer, more aggressive 3-drop here, and it is definitely a clear upgrade to the Sawjacks, the Obscura Initiate, and it pairs nicely with the rest of these powerful 3-drops. All right, let's hop over to Topples. JamieTopples gets a Gallagreeters. Gallagreeters, very, very nice card to pick up in her red-green deck. Alliance, oh, geez, out of control. Put a 1/1 counter, create a treasure token, gain 2 life. Really solid, maybe one of the best 2-drops in the format. And this is shaping up to be pretty nice. I think there's going to be a light white splash. I doubt there's going to be black. This is going to be maybe a very light white splash for this. Honestly, this might just be full cabaret. And the Topples thinks the same, picking up the Botanical Plaza here. Like, hey, I'm 3 colors. I need some help. I do like the Gilded Pinions pickup. Definitely really strong to get in the Darling of the Masses, to attack with the Voice of the Vermin, pumping one of your other creatures to a 4/4. She is all in cabaret, and I like to see it. So Numot was looking at a black-blue build. Oh, gets a second pick, Night Clubber. Man, this is the meanest clubber in all of New Capenna, because she's coming at you with a real club. And let's see what he's actually got going on over here. It does look like he's maybe more... Honestly, it looks like he might be got a fight rigging and a workshop war tree. All right. So here's the deal. He's black-green splashing red. Black-green splashing red. You don't really care about this blue. Yeah, he's black-green. He's a base black splashing green red. I think he's probably... I would not be surprised if Luxurious is a great pickup here. I would not be surprised if he begins to aggressively hunt for some fixing to try and put himself in a position where he can get a couple W's here. But the sheer quality of the cards in this pile is very high. You know, I'm really excited to watch an excellent player pilot an interesting pile of cards here, because it looks like he might be building a black-green deck. All right, so we just went from Tupperware to Topples to Nummy. Let's go check out what's going on with Seth's pile. Seth was building that white-blue deck, if you guys remember. He does have a very light splash for green with the Broker's Charm and Disciplined Duelist, and does have double Broker's Hideout to get him there. This 2-slot has stayed nearly the same since Pack 1, and really is just... I think he's positioned himself to be able to take some strong cards due to taking those early cards at the beginning of Pack 1. Double Sleep with the Fishes, Metropolis Angel paired with Rafine's Informant. Doesn't have any agents to make that happen. Sonic Snoop, which will connive when it comes in. The Disciplined Duelist has a counter. So a couple things to activate the Metropolis Angel: the double Dapper Shield Mates. Say that 5 times fast. And a Buy Your Silence for the sideboard. You can see this is an aggressive leaning deck. He's going to try and get in with evasive creatures, like just kill you quickly and then get around you when you try and present some blockers. All right, so I like what Seth's building here. Makes a ton of sense. Let's head over to yesterday's pod winner in Akil, getting a pick 5, pack 3 Murder. And it looks like he is working with also Riveteers. This is maybe the most Riveteers drafters I have seen in a individual draft. You're definitely playing the fight rigging, and I think you need to play these Chaldea strong arms. Oh, and he's got a hostile takeover. You're not... I think you're... geez. I think you are playing wow. The quality of cards in this pool that have gone around has been very exciting. Double Glamorous Outlaw will help splash for the hostile takeover, but I think you really do want to play green, really just for the fight rigging, to be honest. Maybe it's black, red, splash blue, splash green. That's what it looks like, and I think he's thinking the same based on the lands that he's been picking up. Akil takes an ominous parcel thinking, oh, dear Lord, I need to be able to find my mana to play these cards because he has got a very strong pool in front of him. Okay, so let's go from Akil over to Ben S. We haven't checked in with him in a little while. Pick 6, picking up an Exhibition Magician and building what seems to be a pretty tight black-red deck. I don't think you're like quote unquote splashing for these masked bandits. Maybe the Ziatora's Envoy. It's almost certainly like a black-red build. Shakedown Heavy, very strong card. We've seen some real strong rares opened in this draft. I'm excited to see how these players are going to pilot them today. Whack, Deal Gone Bad, Girder Goons, Mass Bandit, Dust Mangler. Ben has got quite a powerful build going in front of him. This has been incredibly interesting to see the number of Riveteers drafters. This has been potentially all to Nummy's advantage. You know, he hasn't seen anything outrageous come really late to him. Wiretapping is one of those cards that in best of 3 can actually be a little bit more effective if your opponent is on a little later game plan. As I look through Nummy's build, I don't think he's on a plan that will be able to use wiretapping all that effectively, actually. It seems like he's trying to be a bit more aggressive, take advantage in the skies, remove stuff with Lagrella, Broker's Charm to help clear the way, Echo Inspector, Shieldmate, Brawler, Sanctuary Warden, as far as Adjudicators. Yeah, I'm not actually sure that there's going to be time in the build for a wiretapping. So Lord Tupperware, one of the few Brokers drafters, and right next door, DeFore also drafting Brokers. Well, more like a white-blue deck, I would have to guess. Double Skycrier backup agents. I was gonna say it looks maybe more like it's a base blue. Like, is this was the Obscura build we were looking at earlier? Doesn't really have a reason to be splashing green, but you can kind of play the Botanical Plaza if you're playing as far as Adjudicators. Rabble Rousing going to be a nice 5-drop for him. Triple Echo Inspector. That seems pretty darn good. You know, we've seen that card be an absolute house and just a menace to deal with. You know, one of the things that triple Rooftop Nuisance, honestly, the plan might be just like get in with your evasive creatures. If anything can block, nuisance them down, and then swing in for the win. DeFore coming with a really interesting full build. Take a last peek at Seth. So it looks like Lord Tupperware, DeFore, and Seth all wound up being in the white, blue, green color pair, and everyone else was like some version of black, red, splashing Riveteers or Maestros. Really, really interesting to watch how this has panned out. Going to be excited to see some of these final deck lists from our participants. Numot wound up being, a bit more filled out. Done drafting. Great job to all the participants. Really interestingly navigated. Let's make sure that that looks good. It does look good. And we see, like we were saying, kind of black-green around the table. Oh, black. And then Jamie, only one of 2 Cabaretti drafters. Yeah, Numot, as they say, he's full black, but it's okay. It's more like a black. Yeah, I was saying it's black green, but it's kind of like just base. No, it's base black red. I believe that would be the guess. Is that the base is black red and you're splashing Riveteers for the Workshop War Chief and fight rigging. Yeah, I think you're definitely trying to fit those in the Luxurious Libation. It's got the Ominous Parcel. It doesn't have a ton of other ways to make or to find green, and it might be challenging with the Workshop War Chief. This is going to be interesting. We will check out his final build later. Let's check out Topples and see what she ended up with right next to him. Seems like she has a pretty strong group. You know, this actually does kind of look full Cabaretti. It's got the Darling in the Masses. It'll be interesting to see what she actually ends up building. Got the Vivian and the Hunt to top it out. The Gala Greeters, a lot of really strong, fun rares flying around the table. And I think these guys are going to have to make some really interesting. Thanks, Copper Dream. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, we're excited to have you here. It's really fun to kind of go through the drafts real time and see what they're thinking as they're going through these picks. And sometimes really it's interesting to see how their decision-making process unfolds over the course of a draft. As we're sitting there like, okay, well, that's the strongest card, but that's nowhere near your build. It's important to understand the considerations that they're making while drafting. Seth is going to have a real tight, streamlined white-blue deck. We'll see what his final build is. I could see him splashing for Duelist and Broker's Charm. He does have the double Broker's Hideout to enable those really powerful cards. And there's a world where he runs the Paragon of Modernity. We didn't actually see that pop up in pods 1 or 2, but I do think that as a flying threat, it quickly becomes a problem. If you are already playing 3 colors and you have a way to get a counter on it 1 or multiple times a turn, all of a sudden this can get out of hand as a 4/4, 5/5 flyer. And it really only takes a couple of counters to get there. And it also pairs incredibly well with the Metropolis Angel. So I could totally see Seth saying, hey, there's a little 1-2 combo that I'm going to do there to keep that engine rolling. Really like Seth's build. I think there's a lot of power there. Was passing to DeFore, who also has a bit more of an aggressive Skies deck. So if we look, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe, probably not. 5, 6, 7 2-drops, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, so there's some room for some splish splash if you want to be in black a little, maybe. Probably not. I would assume that you're actually going to play something like the Snoop as maybe your 22nd, 23rd card. Maybe the Celebrity Fencer, maybe just some additional card draw and advantage in case the joint. Looks like DeFore is likely going to wind up with a pretty tight and streamlined white-blue deck as well. So Lord Tupperware being one of the few well, not few, but one of maybe 3 drafters at the table who I think are truly going to be in 3 colors here. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 between 1 and 2 drops, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Yeah, so then there's probably 2 more somewhere in the middle there. It's looking like he's almost certainly going to be playing the 3 colors to be getting in the double Lagrellas, the Broker's Charms, and double Spara's Adjudicators. And as I'm looking at this, I could certainly see wiretapping making its way into the final build here. I also think there's a case to be made for just being protecting yourself a little bit earlier. But it doesn't look like, as I look at this, that there's a whole lot of evasive aggression. So I could see this deck needing to have ways to draw into threats in the late game, and wiretapping, whenever you draw your first card during each of your draw steps, draw a card. So it's just drawing 2 cards every turn. And then when you get 9 cards in hand after having a completely full hand, you get to cast that hideaway spell. Just be able to draw. It is super late. It's 5 mana. But when I look at this, I see this having a tough time against other ground-based decks. So I think that having some other additional ways to draw to your bombs, like the Sanctuary Warden, or to something to close out like these Spars Adjudicators, could be super helpful. All right, so we'll see if he ultimately decides the same thing that we are, or that I'm thinking here, of actually running that wiretapping or not. All right, so we're checking out Ben Stark. He does have a pretty streamlined black-red build. He's got the Strangle, Sticky Fingers, Triple Goldhound, Corrupted Court Official. That 2-drop slot is actually feeling a little bit thin, but I think having so many 1-drops is going to be able to mitigate not having as many exciting 2-drops. Looks like he took a Overseer maybe early, or to take it away from someone, or maybe just as a speculative pick. Shakedown Heavy is going to come in. A huge, really strong card, 3 mana, 6/4. Whenever it attacks, defender player may have you draw a card. If they do, untap Shakedown Heavy and remove it from combat. Just a really, really imposing 3-drop. Going to be very good for that mid game. No way to give the Pyre Sledge Arsonist death touch. And as we look at it, the Gold Hounds, you could potentially triple sack your Gold Hounds. Casualties with Rob the Archives and Corrupted Court Officials. So there are some things that could pair well there with the Pyre Sledge, but we'll see if he winds up running both of these. Whack, Deal Gone Bad, Involuntary Employment without too many casualty spells or ways to sacrifice things. I'd be interested to see if he actually runs the Involuntary Employment. Girder Goons, Triple Mass Bandit, and Dust Mangler. Yeah, Ben's definitely got an interesting build here. I could see him being pretty tight to Black-Red in his final build. So as we look at Akil, we are checking out what is he gonna actually do here? This is looking like a Riveteers build. This is the black, red, splash, blue, and green. You can see the base of Scarab, Body Dropper, Fake Your Own Death, Sticky Fingers, Ominous Parcel. Maybe you're not playing the Sticky Fingers because your deck is not all that aggressive. So maybe just the Ominous Parcel, Assassin, Magician, Cat. Fight Rigging, definitely making it in. Dig Up the Body, Murder, Corpse, Explosion. Voice, Envoy, Deal Gone Bad, Big Score, Double here, not playing the Shipment, Takeover, maybe one of these Outlaws. Yeah, this is going to be interesting. It looks like he's going to be base black, red, splashing both blue and green for the Hostile Takeover and the Fight Rigging. I think that he did an excellent job of picking up the proper lands to be able to do that pretty comfortably, and these Glamorous Outlaws are actually going to be pretty nice that they also do something on Enter the Battlefield. So EkiLTV coming out with a pretty cool black-red build. NicolaiBolas saying that he is in the Cabaret build. Let's see what he's got going on. He's a charming man over here. He's got 3 charms. Wow. He's got the Cabaret, the Brokers, and the Riveteers charm. Let's go from the bottom up and see what he's working with. Looks like the red, white, green, Raffine's Informant. Socialite I do like in this build. Gardener's also serviceable in this build. Jetmir's Fixer's nice. Does he have a... Also, surprisingly, Antagonize is a pretty powerful card. It's a good combat trick. With there being not that much instant speed interaction in the format, these combat tricks in these aggressive Cabaret decks wind up being pretty powerful. So I do like Antagonize, and it does go pretty late in these aggressive combat-based decks. Double Jewel Thief, that's nice. Brazen Upstart, which is going to be totally fine. Rocco. And then, are you really splashing for any of these charms? You're almost certainly playing the Cabaret charm, because I do think you're going to be... Are you splashing white? I don't think you have to, but maybe you have to just to make playables, because your red-green deck is a little thin. Just a teensy bit thin, so you're maybe splashing white for the Rakish Revelers and the Cabaret charm. And maybe the Raffine's Informant and Swooping Protector. Yeah, so I think you're probably, if you are in NicolaiBolas' shoes, I think you are just straight up 3 colors. He's got the Protector, he's got triple Celebrity Fencer, he's got double Plasma Jockey, Security Rocks, a couple of ways to make treasures to potentially get out Security Rocks for on the low, which is also a reason to run the Sticky Fingers here. It's an early way to get some treasure tokens. Put on something like your Attended Socialite, give it Menace, let it get pumped, and then Antagonize. It seems like that might be the dream, but we'll see if that actually comes to fruition. So definitely an interesting deck here. We're seeing, I think when you sit at a table like this, it is particularly challenging to get a really strong 2-color deck, because the people around you are also very, very strong drafters. So you're sitting there and you're trying to put this thing together that's just 2 colors, and you're realizing that, hey, if I want to get the most out of the cards that are coming to me, I almost have to be playing 3 colors. And I think that's what a lot of the players today who are sitting at this table were running into. there's going to be few streamlined 2-color decks, and I could I don't know if there will honestly be any that aren't splashing at all. The 4 might be a little obscura. I think Seth's the only one who could maybe get away with a completely 2-color deck. Tuppy splashing. Ben S is definitely going to be, well, actually he has a road to a black red deck, but I think there will be some green. Probably this is going to be more 2 colors. Akil is playing 3. Nikolai's playing 3. Numot is certainly playing 3 just to get the workshop and the cleanup crew going. And Topples is also going to be on that 3-color life. So it looks like Seth, maybe DeFore gets away with a streamlined 2-color deck, and Ben. So it looks like most of the people in the pod have wound up with a bit of a 3-color in my family, but playing the strongest stuff possible type of build. So really excited to see when these guys get started. We're probably about less than 5 minutes away from getting things going. As we're hanging out in chat and waiting for these guys to hop into their matches, does anyone want to look at anyone's deck specifically? So the first match that we are going to follow today is going to be Numot versus LordTupperware. Let's take a peek and see if we have the pairings up here. We do have the pairings up, and we can actually take a peek at today's bracket. Really excited to kind of see how this goes. The finals are going to be real exciting. We see Ben S taking on JamieTopples. We see DeFore taking on NicolaiBolas. LordTupperware taking on NumotTheNummy. It's the finals in round 1 here, ladies and gentlemen. And Seth Manfield, one of the best players of all time, taking on yesterday's Pod 2 winner, EkiLTV. I'm really excited to see some of these matches. These guys are going to be throwing, guys and gals are going to be throwing haymakers at one another all day long. Super exciting to see what they've got cooking. And once they actually finish with their deck construction, we might be able to play around with their decks. Very, very cool. Okay, so let's make this a little smaller. All righty. So this is, who did I just click on? We clicked on NumotTheNummy, and were we right? We are right. Okay, so we could take a quick peek at what he's got going before they hop into their deck. So that's our first match, is Numot versus LordTupperware. Triple Custodians, Extract the Truth, Dig Up the Body, Murder, Clubber, Exhibition Magician, Fight Rigging, Corpse Explosion, Gone Bad, Revel Ruiner, Double Forge Boss, Double Girder Goons. Boy, this is going to be sweet. I am excited to watch these two duke it out here. Really strong decks. Got a couple ways to fix here. Got Xander's Lounge in case he wants to be able to cycle something. This is going to be a real strong deck going up against LordTupperware, who is also coming at us with the 3-color Brokers build. It's got 15 creatures, 7 non-creature spells, real strong backup agent, double Ravines Informant, Broker's Veteran. Like this 3-slot a lot. Quick Draw Dagger, nice to give him a little bit more interaction. Decides not to play the wiretapping, opting for a little bit more a potential removal spell in the Quick Draw Dagger. Paragon of Modernity, I'm excited to see if this can be pretty solid, because I do think that in these 3-color builds, it's easier than you might think to actually start getting the 1/1 counters cruising on this Paragon. And the Sanctuary Warden, the power levels of these decks are through the roof. These are very casual 7-0s in high diamond, low mythic. So let's see, when these guys take them head to head, who's going to be able to come out on top. These guys both often vie for position on the 17 lands leaderboards. And I am excited to see, how these two stack up against one another. Tubby being on one of the best decks in the format, and Numot, honestly playing to what I believe are his strengths. This is what he, similar, not that similar, but, a similar draft style to what won him the pod yesterday, leaning into what is maybe the underdrafted color pair in black red, and walking out with a pretty solid base of just crooked custodians that can trade with any other 2-drop, extract the truth to help deal with opponents' bombs. I like that. This is a card that doesn't often see a lot of main decking. Get a creature, enchantment, or planeswalker. And in this set, that deals with all the worst things. Like it can help grab your opponent's Broker's Ascendancy, or their, like we saw with Tuppy, their Sanctuary Warden kind of thing. Normally, this is one of those cards that in the wrong hands doesn't have all that much value, but because this is an open deck list tournament, you also know that your opponent is playing specific bombs on specific turns. So if NumotTheNummy is smart about when he actually uses this Extract the Truth, you know that the Sanctuary Warden comes down as soon as your opponent has 6 mana. So if I wait to play my Extract the Truth until right after they play their 5th mana, they have the most turns possible to draw into that bomb and gives me the opportunity to nab it. So if he gets that early, hangs on to it till the right moment, can potentially nab that Sanctuary Warden, that's going to be real interesting to see how effectively he can use that interaction there. Corpse Explosion, going to be great with some of his high power creatures. Got Girder Goons, got the War Chief, the crew. He does have a Dig Up the Body to get back some of his bombs. And I think we are about to head into match 1 real shortly, as these guys are starting to duke it out. So let me take you over there real quick. Okay, great. So we have Numot taking on LordTupperware. We see a very quick start from LordTupperware here, getting out the agent. Oops, excuse me. Great. Getting out the agent into the Broker's Veteran. And it looks like it's kind of tough to tell with some of these older lands, but it looks like Numot might be in good shape. He might have the entirety of his colors. I think those are 2 swamps, a mountain. He does have the forest in hand. I think he's got all of the lands he needs to be effective here. I could see Nummy tossing. Yep, I was gonna say the backup agent. Yep, and he does. He gets it. The counter on the Echo Inspector starts to put some pressure on Nummy here. I could see the murder coming in for the Echo Inspector. Potentially, I could see him wanting to hang on to the Torch Breath, but I think that killing LordTupperware's 3/4 flyer while he is tapped out is probably preferable. Opts to pass to Tupperware's turn. Gets out the Skybridge Towers and starts to bash in. Nummy trying to mitigate some of the life loss from this early onslaught. If he goes to put it on Echo Inspector, that definitely makes sense there. If he goes to put it on the Echo Inspector, Nummy wanted to be able to get that murder in. I also think that there's a world where Nummy's maybe reluctant to fire off the murder if Ethan, LordTupperware, puts it on the Rafine's Informant. Oh, and he does opt to put it on the Rafine's Informant, and Tuppy says, hey, I'm going to let that happen. I could see him still fire off this murder before end of turn. And it looks like we have Tupperware getting out the Dapper Shieldmate in the second main phase. If you're hungry, go grab some Jack in the Box. This is a good opportunity to tell you guys about what we do over here at eSporter. So eSporter is actually creating curated esports experiences for casual gamers. When you sign up for one of our splits, you get 4 weeks of coaching from pros like Just Lola Man, Corticalls, a ton of different coaches in our roster coming up soon. You get individualized gameplay opportunities, individualized replays of your gameplay, of your draft logs to help you actually get better at limited magic or constructed magic. We have weekly scrimmages and group play opportunities, and it all culminates in a championship tournament for prizes. Come join us. Come check it out. esporter.win. It's a ton of fun. We would love to have you guys come experience it with us. And it really is something special that people have been able to experience. Anyone who's been through it, you can talk to anyone in our Discord. It's maybe the most fun way to engage with the games that you already love, to play Magic. You get to make, maybe you don't have a huge community of friends who play Magic, or maybe you are looking for like just a new way to play limited. This is maybe feeling a little steel to you. This is a great opportunity to come do that. So we see that Lord Tupperware does draw into the Sanctuary Warden. I believe he is, yeah, he has the 6 mana to play it out. And we will see it hit the battlefield. I believe he's choosing whether or not to take the counters off of the Sanctuary Warden as it enters the battlefield, gets to draw a card, draws into an island. The Majestic Metamorphosis is going to be pretty nice to potentially pump up the Rafine's Informant and keep the train moving. And it looks like Tupperware does take down game 1. Looks like Nummy saw the Sanctuary Warden hit the battlefield, didn't have a good answer for it, and gave up. It looks like this is going to come down to who's able to throw their haymakers sooner than the other. And it looks like Nummy was able to come away with this one. We should be back very shortly. Not a problem. Be able to see some of the sideboarding. You know, if I'm Nummy and I'm thinking about options for sideboarding, we can take a quick peek at his deck if I want to go over here. You know, there are a couple of options. So as I'm looking through the sideboard here, what do you really have to deal with some of Nummy's threats? Honestly, I think maybe I'm putting in the Disdainful Stroke, just knowing that, all right, it looks like we are back. The Disdainful Stroke could come in based on knowing the deck list that Nummy has. You know, there's a bunch of threats at 4 and beyond that I'm interested in stopping. Between Deal Gone Bads, Girder Goons, Workshop War Chiefs, Cleanup Crews, I think the Disdainful Stroke for Lord Tupperware maybe made a lot of sense if he did actually sideboard that in. So game 1 going to Lord Tupperware there. Little bit off curve, Crooked Custodian from Nummy. Not a whole lot he could have done about the Sanctuary Warden there. You know, it seemed like Lord Tupperware Ethan just had a crazy fast and aggressive start. Lord Tupperware able to fix for his mana. Has access to the world right now. Wouldn't be surprised if he played Lagrella, but it looks like he's going to play the Broker's Turn, probably to draw himself 2 cards at the end of next turn. I see an attack and then into a Revel Ruiner here from Kenji from NumotTheNummy. There's a world where he potentially leaves it open for like Torch Breathing, whatever Ethan decides to play. But I wouldn't be surprised if he's thinking, hey, I want to get some of this early aggression going, and gets out the Revel Ruiner. Yep, he agrees. I think that there's honestly, the hand's so strong, you don't really want to toss any of it. I think you got to see what you draw first. Does get Make disappeared by Ethan here. Smart to leave that up. A really great tempo advantage for Lord Tupperware now, getting rid of NumotTheNummy's 4-drop there. Does play the Paragon of Modernity, does have access to 3 colors of mana. Next turn, he's going to be able to play that island, pump the Paragon, and get out the Rafine's Informant. Definitely an interesting moment for NumotTheNummy here. You know, do you Torch Breath this while it is the least expensive it's going to be? Or do you he doesn't have the swamps to be able to Night Club or Sigil. So the only real options here are it's swing in, see if you could potentially bait a block. Does decide to go with the Night Clubber here. I think the line I was potentially thinking was swing in before the Night Clubber, see if he will take the trade, which he won't, and then do the Night Clubber. But you had the luxurious libations waiting in the wings. Hangs onto the land for the connive. Ooh, he gets a plains. Okay, so I think it would make sense for him to toss one of these lands. Yep, and he does. Okay, has the 3 available for Lagrella or the Broker's Charm. Drew into the Obscura Initiate from the connive. That was it. Has access to the 3 colors of mana. Can pump the Paragon. I think you don't attack. I think you keep open the pump and potentially play Broker's Charm next turn. Yeah, it's definitely, this is a tough call for Lord Tupperware Ethan, because as I'm looking at this, I'm saying, hey, I kind of want my, I think I was going to say, I kind of want my board to stabilize a bit more. And I don't want to get attacked every turn for 3, but the Lagrella can be so much more valuable if, you're not necessarily running it out into Kenji's huge suite of removal here. Does draw into a swamp. He says, I'm okay with that trade. Doesn't want to use his luxurious libations just yet. I could see Tupperware end of turn going with this Broker's Charm. We will see if that's what he decides to do. He does decide to just put the counter on the Paragon, and Kenji says, not today. Let's kill that dude. Definitely makes sense. It's a good tempo play, or kind of helps get rid of the only threat on Ethan's side of the battlefield. But Tupperware draws into an Echo Inspector. Is going to be able to connive away maybe the Initiate here. I don't think you care all that much about it. And he actually tosses the Broker's Veteran, what he connives into. Makes sense. Yeah, I do think if I'm Kenji, I am interested in getting into that hand and finding out if the Sanctuary Warden is there waiting in the wings. And it is not, but he is able to nab the Lagrella here. And will Lord Tupperware take the bait? I doubt that he will, but it is certainly a possibility. Obscura Initiate coming down for Lord Tupperware. Lord Tupperware using the Broker's Charm to draw 2. Ooh, just getting a whole bunch of lands, but those lands get him a little closer to Sanctuary Warden. Spar's Adjudicator coming down here, able to block the Night Clubber from attacking. Lord Tupperware gets to begin to push back, putting Kenji down to 15 and him up to 12. This could be a very important turn for him to begin pushing. Lord Tupperware is going to be able to get the backup agent down and get a counter on that Initiate and be able to get a 3/3 lifelinker in the air. Whew, it's going to be hard to get rid of, but I can definitely see then Kenji using that's kind of a waste of the Grizzly Sigil. It kills his Night Clubber. Yeah, Kenji or Nummy might be in a rough position here to close this one out. It looks like there might be enough tempo coming in from Lord Tupperware that he's going to be able to end this game in the sky. Yeah, as we saw during the draft, Lord Tupperware was one of the few people who actually wound up in a Broker's deck. And that's, being the strongest deck in the format, that's honestly one of the most desirable locations to be. Gets a nice ground blocker with the Forge Boss. Kenji Nummy trying to get Lord Tupperware to take the bait here. Sacrificing his Nightclubber to get an activation from the Forge Boss. Tupperware still drawing into gas with Mage's Attendant, followed up by this backup agent. I gotta assume the backup agent is gonna pump the Initiate. You'd think, because you want to be able to give it bigger lifelink. Yeah, and Tupperware thinks the same. It's going to be able to continue punching in. This is definitely going to be a good turn for Lord Tupperware here. Yeah, I don't see how Kenji gets out of this one. It seems like Tupperware has maybe built too big of a board. I actually think Workshop War Chief Cleanup Crew could... Oh, and there it is. That's right. He's giving the head nod because he's like, this is how we come back, baby. Ooh, he's opting for the Blitz. Okay, maybe not. I definitely think this is one of the few cards he could get that would put him back in a good position. He does go with the Blitz. He's saying, I want you to take 5. The sacrifice is going to be huge. Oh my gosh, if Lord Tupperware goes for the blocks, he's able to Luxurious Libation so that it still gets sacrificed. All right, so War Chief is going to get sacrificed. He's going to deal 2 more damage. Gets a 4/4 Rhino out of it. My goodness. Good turn for Kenji. Or he might be turning the corner here. There's a world where a big attack here, if he gets a little lucky, well, he's got the Libation for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 next turn. So, oh boy, he's able to cast it for 8. Bad blocks here from Lord Tupperware could be game. He needs to be able to block. So it's 5 more is lethal. So he needs to block, honestly, with everything. 3. He does it for 8, 12. That's exact lethal. That's trample, right? Luxurious Libations is trample. Oh, gosh, but he doesn't know the final card in Tupperware's hand. Wow, 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 wow. Oh, it's just to the end of the turn, but it already has trample. The Rhino already has trample, I believe. Oh, no, it does not have trample. Oh, I was under the impression that the Rhinos had trample. I think just the War Chief has trample, and that would have been exact lethal with a full tap out, but no trample to speak of. So he's able to keep his 4/4 Rhino. Another good draw or two could keep Nummy in the game here. A cleanup crew would be absolutely massive. One of his girder goons could keep him going. Oh, he gets a Broken Wings to take out the Obscura Initiate. Oh, boy. Tupperware probably going to slip out the back the Spars Adjudicators. I would have to assume he wants to keep it alive. It's possible that, I mean, that's what would be my assumption. Okay, he opts to say, no, I'd rather just chump here. The Broken Wings taking out the Obscura Initiate. It's going to be a big deal. That's a good counter for Lord Tupperware's Sanctuary Warden, which he has not seen yet this game. I wouldn't be surprised if Nummy fires this off. He could wait one more turn to see if Lord Tupperware plays the Sanctuary Warden. He does wait for the activation of Lifelink and chooses to Broken Wings down the flyer. Ethan able to slip out the back, protect the Initiate. Ooh, another Luxurious Libations with a non-block there would be a W. Lord Tupperware drawing into another land. Man, how many manas can one man draw? Okay. Nummy on a 1-turn clock. What's he going to get? And he gets a Goons! Is the Goons going to be enough? Okay, so the Goons with, so swings in with everything. 4, 8, 3, 4. He's at 11. Takes 2 more from the Forge boss. If he blocks the Forge boss, he takes 8 with no 2 more. Yeah, this is not gonna do it. This is he would need to draw murder. If with the goons sacrifice at the end of the turn, he draws a murder. Yeah, murder. Everyone's like, yeah, here it is. He has to draw a murder, and he's got a chance. I think he's got somewhere around 18 cards left in his deck. Maybe a little bit less than that, but you got to blitz it. You got to swing in. You got to go get a murder. And is he going to get it? We will see. There's one draw in the deck. The Deal Gone Bad doesn't do it. It is literally just the murder. Can he get it here? This is a big, big deal. Wow. Wow. What a game. What a game. Nummy leaving himself out, but Tupperware trying to stop him from getting to any of those outs. Puts Tupperware at 5. Here's the draw. Okay. Make the 2/2. Take 2 damage. Is he gonna get it? Come on. He doesn't get it. He gets the Exhibition Magician. And that is game 2. Match to Lord Tupperware. Ethan, congratulations. You are moving on to the semifinals of the eSporter Lola Man Streets of New Capenna Streamer Showcase. Awesome match. Really exciting to watch. Good job, Ethan. Great playing, Nummy. You left yourself every out possible. That was a ton of fun to watch. I'm glad we got to sweat with you and the rest of chat alongside that play. That was incredibly exciting. Really, really great job there. So let's take you over real quick to the actual bracket. So we did just see. All right, so we have finished Lord Tupperware and Nummy. We do have a couple of matches still running. We'll probably take you over to those shortly. For anyone watching, come sign up for one of eSporter's splits. You get to learn from pros like the people we're watching today over a month-long session. We call them splits. It's 4 weeks of coaching from pros, 4 weeks of individualized gameplay and draft log reviews and kind of everything to make you better as a player. Get weekly scrimmages and group play opportunities with people at your level. And it all culminates in a championship tournament. It's the most fun and unique way to participate in the games that you love. And today we're in Magic. Tomorrow we're going to be in every game. So if you have any games that you're playing that you want us to consider, just drop us a note in our feedback forum. We would love to hear from you. So again, that's esporter.win. Tupperware is moving on to the semifinals of the day. Oh, I lied. The bracket itself is double elimination. It is not a traditional pod format. So if you lose, you're not out. You still have an opportunity to make your way through the lower matches and come to the top. So I am excited to see who will be crowned a champion today. And let's take a peek at some of the other contestants' decks. So we're about to jump in with DeFore and NicolaiBolas. We'll actually take a peek at the decks a little bit later, but let's take you over to some match play where we are in game 2 with DeFore down 1-0. NicolaiBolas with a very imposing board position right now. DeFore trying to find outs. So close to lethal here for DeFore. Chooses to tap down the Rakish Revelers. This could be a big draw. I'm not actually sure what DeFore could be drawing into, but he only needs 1 more piece or 2 more points of damage now. Does get 2 draws from it. Keeps Jaxus and Rakish Revelers tapped down the run out of town. If he gets a land here, he does get a land. Is he able to play it? I don't know if he already has played one this turn already. It looks like he may have already cast a land this turn. Yeah, he does have to leave 1 back as a blocker. Chooses to attack the Speakeasy server. This is a very challenging board state because DeFore wants to be able to put NicolaiBolas on a 1-turn clock for next turn. But NicolaiBolas is going to be able to come in with this, yeah, pretty pumped up Rocco over here. He's going to be able to get it for 3. Maybe 4 if he uses that, if he decides to use that treasure. You can see NicolaiBolas up top scouting out what are my opponent's outs right now. What are my outs right now? A full swing from Nicolai here would position him to get in a significant portion of damage. He can get in 8 with a block on the 3-2, put him at 2, and then next turn swing out and win. But if that's the line he chooses to take, so that means DeFore last turn did play a land. If that's a line that Nicolai chooses to take that puts him open or puts him at risk of lethal. Oh, he was checking his sideboard to see what 4-drops he could go get with Rocco. What he actually needs is some kind of flying defender. But again, I think he does just have to go full shields down. What is the thought here? Okay, so he can maybe use Jaxis. If he attacks with the Gardener, he can untap Jaxis to copy what? Let's take a peek at that real quick. All right, create a token's copy of another target creature you control gains haste, and when this creature dies, draw a card. Okay, so he could untap Jaxis to maybe make another Rafine's Informant to double connive on the attack. What does he need? He needs a piece of flying removal or a flying blocker. He needs a piece of removal or a flying blocker. So he needs to be able to draw 2 cards here. So I think the Rafine's Informant is most interesting. Oh, he opts just to attack alone with the security rocks. So my thought there is that you swing with the whole team because you can't block them anyway. And then you untap Jaxis, leaving up 1 to pay for Jaxis. Oh, he does have a flying blocker. He gets the swooping protector. DeFore is going to be able to run that out of town and take game 2. Yeah, so the line we were thinking was hunting for a piece of removal. You know, this is a more guaranteed line of like, hey, I at least get a blocker here. But NicolaiBolas is gonna lose game 2, and they are going to their rubber match. Real exciting to see that great gameplay from these guys. This is the deck that we were just looking at from DeFore here. Is this DeFore? No, this is NicolaiBolas. Excuse me. So this is NicolaiBolas' deck, and I was just looking at what it took to potentially dig a little bit further with Jaxis here. Could have dug 2 cards deeper with the connive from the Rafine's Informant, as well as the sacrifice draw card, potentially getting him into something like a Cabaret Charm or a prize fight. Yeah, it seems like his only 2 options there, well, his one option of getting a 4-drop flyer was Swooping Protector, which he went with. And then the other option there was swinging with the team, using the Gardener to untap Jaxis, tapping Jaxis to make the Rafine's Informant copy. So that actually means you couldn't have swung with the Rafine's Informant or it would have died. So you would have just went the 5-4, the 2-2, untap Jaxis, tap Jaxis, make the connive, make the copy of the Informant, connive, it draw, it dies, draw, and hope that you got into your prize fight or Cabaret Charm to kill one of these flyers. Yeah, that was a real tough one. That line was very challenging to just be able to figure that out. But the one that he took with the Rocco was definitely a little bit susceptible to the single piece of removal there, like we saw. We're going into game 3 with Seth and Akil right now. So let's check out what they've got going on. Super fun to watch these guys play. These are some of the best players in the game that we've ever really watched here on our eSporter channel. Looks like a real nice starting hand here for Seth. He's going to be able to go 1 into 3 into 4 if he gets a little lucky with his draws, and I don't see why that can't happen. Okay, all right, wow, and a very, very strong starting hand from Akil here. He's going to be able to get that scarab out, block early, and then just put himself in a position to hostile takeover. The nice thing is the Dapper Shieldmate will very nicely play around that hostile takeover from Akil here. Yeah, these shield counters have definitely been a pretty powerful effect in the format, even on the Dapper Shieldmate, which is probably one of the weakest shield creatures. It still winds up being incredibly effective. Just being able to push with a 4/2 that can't die, gets to eat something for free. Yeah, I could see Seth taking it a little slow if he's able to get a couple more lands here. He still is lacking a blue mana, but the Halo Scarab with a block and with a create the token will be able to do that for him. All right, so this is tempting. Seth does know that the hostile takeover is in Akil's deck, but ooh, okay, more lands for Akil here. It's getting closer and closer to being able to, I think it's probably a Tramway Station and a Glamorous Outlaw versus continuing to build the board with the Exhibition Magician. I think if I'm Seth, I'm pretty happy to block here. But what that does do is it gives him access to that treasure token, 4 mana on turn 3, and then 5 mana on turn 4. So depending on, yep, he does go for the block here. Depending on how much the board is built up, I can certainly see, okay, he does opt to treasure token. That's what I would guess. Yeah. To get in a position where this hostile takeover can potentially 2-for-1 his opponent. Dapper Shieldmate does quite nicely play around that hostile takeover. Probably not the turn to play it just yet. The Deal Gone Bad does a really good job of cleaning up the Dapper Shieldmate in a 1-for-1 fashion. And if you could set up your hostile takeover to be a 3-for-1, that's going to be big game. It's a big deal. Now Akil's got all of his colors of mana. It's in pretty good shape. Seth, though, still has an incredibly good hand, and he is no stranger to playing around an opponent's deck list. Looks like maybe he milled and extract the truth in something else. I couldn't really see exactly what those two were that went into the yard. Yeah, really, really just a handful of gas for, for Seth over here. And I think this is maybe getting too close to the moment for Akil. Akil, like we thought, is playing kind of a little bit of those 4 colors. We thought it was going to be 4 from the start, but he's actually playing 4. He's got an opportunity to do Glamorous Outlaw and the Halo Scarab this turn. Or Halo Scarab into a Broken Wings, depending on what actually happens. If Seth decides to Regulator into Expendable Lackey, you are 100% hostile takeover next turn. But also, I completely get the world where Seth is just chilling. Seth, pump for lifelink on both of them, and I'm ahead. You're at 11, I'm at 20. Sure, use your hostile takeover. Yeah, and I think he thinks the same. Kind of puts him in a position where he doesn't necessarily have to commit more resources to the board, and he continues to get to push his advantage. Hello, everyone. Welcome to Esporters coverage of the Lola Man Esporters Streets of New Capenna Streamer Showdown. If you're just joining us, we're watching Seth Manfield and EkiLTV. Seth came in second in pod 1, which took place on Tuesday, and Akil won yesterday's pod with a black-blue, pretty aggressive Snooping Newsy a couple of good rare deck. The decks that we watched people draft an hour ago were crazy powerful. A lot of fun to watch. We've seen some incredible plays. Wow. All right. So Akil's got two pieces of mass removal in his hand. And the thought is, do you use one of them to clear the way for these? Yeah, okay. He does decide. It looks like he's going with the hostile takeover. Yep, he does choose to get rid of those 2 for 1. Hey, I can still corpse explosion later. Let's start to try and push my advantage here. Glamorous Outlaw is going to be good. It's not going to necessarily die to a corpse explosion, depending on which creature is chosen from the yard. Body Dropper is a very good draw for Ekil here. Poopy Pyrus. Thank you for joining us, and we appreciate it. We hope it's been a lot of fun for you guys. We here love video games, especially love limited Magic. We are all about kind of trying to do more things with the community, because one of the biggest value adds that we provide is putting you with people at your level that you can learn with. And, actually getting people who want to practice and want to learn and want to kind of put themselves in a position to not only get to meet and hang out with your favorite pros and content creators, but make some new friends. For a lot of people, I mean, me especially during COVID, I didn't have an opportunity to play Magic with my friends as much. We often got together in physical pods, and that for a long time was not available. And one of the things we realized here was like, hey, the best way to play this game is with other people. And as the world becomes increasingly digitized and we do more and more things over Zoom calls with our friends, sometimes their interests don't necessarily align with ours, and so we want to provide more opportunity to the people in the Magic community to play this game with an actual person. So if you're interested in that and you want to check out what we got going on, come see us at esporter.win. Yeah, I could not agree any more. SNC does play a lot better in a pod format, because as you see, it's not just Broker's deck after Broker's deck after Broker's deck. It's, okay, no, I got 3 rares in Riveteer's colors, and all of a sudden I have a very strong deck. Like day 1, we saw a black-red deck win. Day 2, we saw a black-blue deck win. So it's not just Riveteer's dominating. It's really this, I think people can get a skewed experience of what it's like if you're just playing on, ladder best of 1, or even in the best of 3 queues, because it's just kind of Broker's deck after Broker's deck. But this is the way that Magic was intended to be played. Come join us, come play with us over at esporter.win. Oh, geez, I'm so sorry to hear that, Poopy. That does stink. I had that in 2020. I know a bunch of people are getting the new version, and it's not fun either. So we're sending you our hope and our love that you get healthy soon. And thanks for coming to join us and watch some fun Magic content today. So let's get back into the action. So it looks like Seth has really opened himself up to a dangerous explosion here. And on top of that, that body dropper is going to be able to eat that Glamorous Outlaw very nicely. If I am Magician, or if I am Ekil, I'm probably swinging in with that Exhibition Magician and then going and doing a little corpse explosion. I think that's with the ability to reload here with this big score, I actually think Ekil is in a strong position to win this match. Poopy's just a good name. I'm fairly certain the Poopy Paris, you may have had this name first, but the guy from the and then that stinks quite literally. The guy in the new Jackass 4 movie, his name is Poopies. I thought that was pretty funny. All right, I think we're about to see a corpse explosion coming in here. I am actually not positive if in his graveyard he has a 3 power creature to be sacrificing. So we'll see if he does. Even getting rid of both of these fish is not the worst. I'm trying to think what's actually already been removed so far, and I don't think there was a 3 attack creature that Ekil has put in his graveyard. He may have lost one of the Chrome Cats, which would do it. But other than that, I think it was just the Halo Scarab which got exiled. Chaldea Strong Arms don't do it. I actually don't think there's anything in his graveyard at the moment that positions him to wipe the board. I think he's coming to the same realization right now that, hey, I can get rid of these 2 fish, but the regulator's still going to live. He does have a Chaldea Strong Arm here. Doesn't get rid of the regulator, unfortunately. But he is going to be able to get the body dropper. He's going to be able to sacrifice the outlaw, get a little bit of value. Another land for Seth. Yeah, Uncle Cardboard, can't thank you enough for participating and doing some casting for us on day 1 while I was getting absolutely ravaged by the competition. We appreciate you coming in and doing such a good job. Seth continuing to draw into nothing but lands. That's got to be a little frustrating and hurt the heart just a little bit. A land here allows... He does... Okay, so... Oh, okay. I was about to say, although Akil has the Broken Wings, he doesn't have the green mana, but he draws into the Riveteer's Outlook to go find it. If Akil can get a few turns deeper, I think he can win this match. He's just got to make it through, he's going to get attacked next turn. He's got to make it through next turn. If Seth whiffs, Akil's got this. If Seth gets something good, I could see this being a big challenge, an uphill battle for Akil. But I do think with this big score in hand, he's got enough to reload. He's got the body dropper to start punching back. That 1 life might actually prove to be incredibly important here. Oh, a Rooftop Nuisance. That is actually a huge deal. It's going to be able to get him deeper into the deck, but he's going to get... Oh, okay. Yeah, there's not really a good option here. I think you have to play it now to try and dig yourself a little bit deeper into the deck. He's going to be able to get the 1 attack in. The hold for ransom is going to be nice, but he's still not going to have a way to close it out after next turn and the Broken Wings comes down. Akil's going to look to potentially toss any lands that he sees to this big score. Seth trying to play conservative in case there's a corrupted court official coming his way and he has to discard. A land does come in for Akil. He's going to be able to toss and get 2, 3, 4. I think you still risk it. I think there's a high probability of a land in the next 2 draw. Oh, he gets 2 treasure tokens. He can still cast it no matter what. So yeah, I think you cast big score, you Broken Wings, the regulator, and then you're probably going to have to pay the ransom on the hold for ransom. But that still puts Akil in a good position here. So he tosses the mountain. He's going to get 2 cards, 2 treasure tokens. He does get a land here. He's going to be able to hang on to his treasure tokens. Ooh, the right question is, I think he just plays a Midnight Assassin. Yeah, you don't have to use your Broken Wings yet. You now have another threat on the board. It stops your opponent from attacking. Now they have to do something about that, which is going to be the hold for ransom. Then he's going to be able to body dropper both of his dudes off. Oh boy, this is incredibly close. Seth, another land, hand in hand, head in hands, frustrated by the complete flood coming his way right now. Broken Wings on sleep or the regulator? That's a very good question. I think after the hold for ransom here, there is a world. Oh my goodness. All right. So we've got Akil up top. The Broken Wings on the sleep is incredibly interesting. You could do it at the end of that turn. So as he swings in with the regulator, okay, we see an attack coming in from the regulator. So that does leave him shields down. He's at 10. If he does it at the end of his turn, that would leave an attack for 6 coming in. 7 if he sacked the Midnight to the Midnight Assassin. And we switch over to Akil's point of view. He does get a swamp here. I think so. You're not like potentially going to die. Maybe you just Broken Wings it. So there's obviously something else in Seth's deck that Akil is considering right now. So he does choose to sacrifice the Midnight Assassin to the Body Launderer. This line does actually leave up enough mana to sacrifice one of his lands and play Broken Wings next turn, and potentially continue to move. A Majestic Metamorphosis comes in, but Akil with the answer on the Broken Wings. Oh my gosh, this might be GG for Akil. He is able to sacrifice the land, keep it moving. He does have all the colors he needs. He's going to just trash his tokens, I think, here. Wow. What a critical play by Akil to wait until the very last second to get rid of that regulator. Who almost tossed his only source of blue, so good thing that he didn't. He gets the double draw into a Masked Bandits. He's going to be able to swing here, drop his bandits. I do not think he has enough mana to sack. He does not. He could have actually potentially sacked the outlaw there, and gotten in one more point of damage. Okay, full dig mode for Seth. Is there an answer that he can find? He gets Rafine's Informant. Okay, it's still not going to stop the menace from the Body Dropper if he gets rid of, well, the menace from either of these. He really does need a piece of removal here. I think that might just be game for Akil here. Revelation of Power, a big pickup. Going to be able to get double menace. No counters on the Rafine's Informant, so the Revelation of Power is not going to do it. And that's going to be game 3, match 1 for Akil. Incredible play. These guys are some of the highest level players I literally have ever seen. It's so fun to watch. These guys are getting the tightest lines right. Akil, yesterday's champion, showing why he deserves to be on this stage and taking down round 1 from one of the greatest Magic players of all time in Seth Manfield. Seth, incredible match. You had him on the ropes the entire time. This is incredible to watch. I'm blown away by the quality of play that is happening here today. So really awesome job. Super exciting match. Excited to see how things progress through the rest of the bracket. So let's take a peek at what we've got going on so far. So while we were gone and watching that match, a bunch went down. JamieTopples took down Ben S in a 2-0. They're in the middle of their match now. NicolaiBolas beat DeFore. LordTupperware taking down NumotTheNummy, and Seth Manfield losing to Akil in 3 games. So we see Ben S and DeFore getting set up for their next match, and Numot about to take on Seth Manfield in what could be the finals of any tournament. We see them facing off for their tournament lives in the 1-loss bracket. So we are going to take you over to another match shortly. Let's take a quick peek at some of these decks that have been making it through the first round. So let's take a look at JamieTopples' deck. Jamie has just been performing really well. I think she's done a really good job of navigating the ebbs and flows of these different matches. Oh, look at this deck. So tight, so cool. I love to see this. All right, so she got triple Cabaretti Initiate. I like her focus on aggression. Is she playing an access to each color? Oh, she is not. For the Courier's Briefcase. That is a little ridiculous. She's just using it as a treasure. Okay, so we see a 1/1 get a treasure. Real. We're actually going to take you over to their match right now. So it looks like there might be a little bit of a mirror match between NicolaiBolas and JamieTopples, both on their Cabaretti builds. All right, we see Jamie with a relatively imposing board state here. Nicolai dropping the Rocco. Able only to pay 1 for Rocco, I believe. Probably not going to pay for that. Jamie's got a real fun build with the stimulus package, able to pump some of, potentially even like the Cab Ready Initiate and giving him the big double. Can pop the briefcase with Gallic Reader's Treasure. Great point, Big Mac. That is, you get enough treasure out there, which we see she's already got 2 treasures on the battlefield. You can definitely pop the briefcase with a couple of pieces, with only 2 pieces of treasure, because you already have 3 colors. So that's actually quite strong. Yeah. Good catch there, Big Mac. Big Mac, one of our former eSporter champions. Thank you for coming into the chat and checking out what we got going on today. If anyone has questions about what we do here at eSporter, you can ask Big Mac about his experience. Sorry to put you on the spot there, Big Mac. Big attack coming in from the 5-4 attended socialite. Jamie may be chumping, but opts to take the 5. Oh, take the 8. The copy of the Jewel Thief. Gonna draw NicolaiBolas a card, as well as get him a treasure. Jaxus just out of control powerful. Sticky Fingers from the attended socialite. It's pretty dang strong. It's a good combo there with the Alliance trigger coming from Jaxus, being able to get a Jewel Thief. I don't know if JamieTopples is going to be able to stop that. She does have a lot of firepower, but right now it's an empty. Well, the stimulus package can put another counter on something. Oh, I think she might be in a little bit of trouble. What game is this? So this is game 2 already. We have NicolaiBolas already taken down game 1. We see some pretty strong combos in Jaxus, his Rocco attended socialite. And we see how, someone in chat earlier was... Can't probably... No problem. Yeah. Sticky Fingers. Apologize. California allergies got me a little clogged up there. We got Poopy Pirates in the chat and Stinky Fingers in the decks. Let me give a quick little nose blow. Hold up. All right, a bit more clarity for the group here. The Jaxus copying the Jewel Thief might just be it for Jamie. We'll see what this looks like when NicolaiBolas here swings in. Another Jewel Thief. Oh boy, it's a lot of treasures, a lot of Jewel Thieves to deal with. It's antagonized as well as Cabaret Charm. Could be game over with the wrong blocks. You can either get the double Alliance triggers, you can pump the whole team. I believe it's pump the whole team. It might not be pump the whole team. Maybe it's deal damage for each creature, and then it's make 2 1/1s, and then it's whatever the draw clause on it is. So it is able to act as a removal spell at instant speed. She also has no removal in her deck or very light. Yeah, that is going to prove to be problematic. That's one of the things that we've noticed over the past 2 days of play is that, like, if you're not picking up removal, you're putting yourself in a pretty bad position in these drafts, which I think is why some of these Riveteers and Maestros decks have been particularly effective, is because they get access to dealing with your opponent's threats. Like if Jamie could just get rid of this Jaxus, she wouldn't be dealing with this, BS, copy a dude, get in for 3 damage, get a treasure token, like... Yeah, creatures you control get 1/1 and trample. It is a board pump. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yep, and that Cabaret Charm could just be the death knell, and the antagonize on the unblocked Jewel Thief is going to be GG. Yeah, that's going to be taking the rest of the match for NicolaiBolas. Wow. And just like that, we see NicolaiBolas coming through with a pretty big and decisive win. Someone needs to buy this man a second screen. And a great match from NicolaiBolas taking down JamieTopples in the double Cabaret matchup. Really fun one to watch. And we can see that Nicolai is moving pretty smoothly through this bracket. That's very impressive wins from him. He's able to take down DeFore, yesterday's second place finisher. And then he's able to take down Jamie in pretty convincing fashion, after Jamie takes down Ben S in convincing fashion. Really exciting match play coming from our players here today. We are going to take a 1-minute intermission before we pop you into our next match. We will be right back. Welcome back. This is the finals of the Streets of New Capenna, Just Lola Man, eSporter, Streamer Showdown. We have LordTupperware right now taking on, let me double check, EkiLTV. So it's going to be a really good matchup. Both of them are in the bottom half of the round one winners bracket. And Nummy is full in, LordTupperware is full in the zone here. I'm excited to see what these guys have coming. And oh boy, Akil already has access to all of his colors of mana, not even from his dual lands. The Shuffler gods have smiled on him today. And if you're not familiar with what eSporter is and what we do here, just give you guys a quick idea. So we do 4 weeks. When you sign up for one of our splits, you get 4 weeks of coaching from professionals, individualized gameplay reviews and draft log reviews. You get group play and scrimmage opportunities, and it all culminates in a championship tournament like the one you're viewing today. So this is a little different because we're getting some of the best players ever, but when you do it in your pod, you get to compete against people at your level. You get to practice in-pod drafting all month long, and you get to have the most fun experience that you can playing Magic. We'd love to have you come sign up for Lola Man Split starting next week, or come check out Quarter Call Split starting the week after that. We would love to have you be a part of our family. And if you haven't seen it, come join our Discord. We would love to have you there as well. A good quick draw dagger coming in here for LordTupperware. Not going to be able to do anything about that if you're Akil. Oh, the deal gone bad. I guess I'm wrong there. I didn't even see it out of his hand. Okay, let's get back into the gameplay here. That quick draw dagger is going to get completely nullified, but 2 damage coming in, and LordTupperware is still able to push his advantage here. So not having access to, oh, okay. So Akil is going to be able. Yeah, there's not really a ton of good options for him just yet. If Tupperware draws into a land, he's able to get out his adjudicators, but it does prevent him then from playing his Broker's Charm. So he probably is going to want to play that first before anything else. Big score, tossing. Can't exactly see what he tossed there, but he was able to draw into his black-blue land, leaving up the Corpse Explosion for a bigger turn or a better target than just the single creature on LordTupperware's side. Body Dropper and Exhibition on Akil's side. Coming in the Glamorous Outlaw. It's been able to go turn after turn to start to put the pressure on Tupperware, but that Paragon of Modernity is going to come in and potentially be a good way to finish this game for Tupperware. Ballroom Brawlers, tough draw, just because he's still not waiting on that 5th mana. His Corpse Explosion in Akil's hand is a little bit scary. Tupperware is mulling over some decisions here. All right, it looks like he used his Broker's Charm. We switched over to Akil's point of view here. So it looks like Akil is about to do Corpse Explosion, attack in, corpse explosion after in post combat, getting some damage, cleared the board, which is actually going to be hugely in Lord Tupperware's favor because he does have 3 creatures in hand to try and refill there. All right, Akil running on empty here. Lord Tupperware in a commanding position. He's got 4 damage coming. He's got the equip. He's got the 3 different colors to pay for. So he's going to be able to put Akil down to 1. But we see the hostile takeover draw. Akil's not out of it just yet. I don't think that Lord Tupperware has to necessarily play anything from his hand just yet. He does decide to go with the Ominous Parcel to go grab himself another land. Probably is going to equip here in the sky, I would have to assume. He chooses to go for the backup agent, getting another counter on the Paragon. The hostile takeover is going to continue, is going to help clean up the board, but that Sanctuary Warden drawn from Lord Tupperware might just be game. Looks like we are in game 1 currently. And Akil might just see that and insta-scoop. We will see what he has to say about it. Not the happiest. Oh, a Zeator's Envoy. Able to trample haste. Yeah, it doesn't seem like Akil has an out here. The Envoy doesn't yet do it for him. Yeah, still a very strong hand with the Adjudicators, the Ballroom Brawlers, the Make Disappear. Yeah, Lord Tupperware is still in good shape here. And Akil says that is enough for him. Game 1 goes to Lord Tupperware. Congratulations there, Ethan. Good job. Great playing. This has been a blast to watch. I am, I'm still astounded by the decks that these guys can put together. And we see Akil thinking through some of his options for his sideboard. He actually puts the fight rigging in the sideboard, thinking it's probably going to be too slow. That's what I have to assume. He's probably thinking, hey, I don't need this, which is interesting because fight rigging is an incredibly powerful card. So I would love to know why he thought that wasn't going to be great for him. Broken Wings is going to be a good matchup for the Paragon, for maybe getting rid of some of Tuppy's removal. I can't remember exactly what Lord Tupperware's removal situation looked like. Take a quick peek at it and let you guys know. So he's got a Make Disappear. He's got a Hold for Ransom, double Lagrella, and the Quick Draw Dagger. Yeah, he's thinking, do I really want this Chaldea Stronger? Am I going to be able to push faster than my opponent? Mass Bandit's pretty late card. Maybe one of the less impactful family fixers, but I think that it's in there to be fixing for some of his green cards. He does take out Fake Your Own Death in favor of a second Extract the Truth, which I really like. I think one of the things he's realized is, oh, I actually can't deal with this Sanctuary. Boarding out Fight Ring is something. Yeah, I agree. That is a bold move, and one that I am probably too cowardly to make. So I think that's why it's always good to get these opinions, these viewpoints from these really advanced players, because I think I would look at Fight Ring and be like, I can't board this out. This is way too good. But I think he also looked at Tupperware's, what he just played against, and he was like, I need Extract the Truth to deal with these threats. Akil does take 1 mulligan down to 6. He's going to be on the play. He does have a pretty strong, pretty fine starting hand with these 6. Oh, the Sanctuary Warden in Lord Tupperware's starting hand. Oh my goodness. Wow, and just like that, Akil is in position to have all of his necessary colors. He's going to be able to get a treasure if the scarab dies at any point. Sanctuary Warden, my goodness. And it looks like Lord Tupperware, in anticipation of a longer match, has sideboarded into the wiretapping, which I think is definitely a good card. Definitely a good call. It's a very strong card if you're winding up in these longer scenarios. Doesn't take very much, very many turns of you drawing 2 and your opponent drawing 1 before the game's just over. Look at these draws. Wow. Akil is in a world of trouble right now. See a land coming down from Lord Tupperware. A land pass. Akil plays the masked bandits on his land. He's going to be able to get up to turn 4, which is going to unlock the voice of the vermin and a good attack from the Halo Scarab. Oh, well, never mind. Not this turn. Akil's chat asking about boarding in Shadow of Mortality. Shadow of Mortality, very interesting, right? We did see that last game, Lord Tupperware got off to a very aggressive start, right? So if you're playing with your Shadow of Mortality and you expect to be at, 11, then all of a sudden it's, 6 mana and it's potentially a playable card. Let me take it. Actually, I'm not entirely positive like what the benefits of that card are. Like, let me quick. So it's if your life total is less than your starting life total, the spell costs X less to cast, where X is the difference. It is just a 7/7. That is interesting. Being just a 7/7 that doesn't fly maybe makes me a little bit less inclined. But when you look at what everything that Lord Tupperware has got, maybe he can't really deal with a 7/7. It would also be very painful to have the Shadow of Mortality make disappeared. Okay, tapped out. Akil's going to try and take an advantage of Lord Tupperware's shields down moment for a second. Lord Tupperware trying to make the voice of the vermin a bit more susceptible to a potential attack. All right, this land draw is actually going to open up both the Glamorous Outlaw, I mean, they're already open, and the Mass Bandits for Akil, but he won't have to crack his treasure. I actually think this, he does have the 3 mana open. Akil does know that the Quick Draw Dagger is in Lord Tupperware's deck here. He's going to be able to eat something. He chooses to eat the Exhibition Magician. There is a world where he just straight up trades with that and gives the Obscura Initiate the shield counter. Both of these get disappeared if Akil decides to. I think he just said make disappear. Yeah. This is going to be a rough one. It's going to be a great, super strong tempo play for Lord Tupperware here. And that could be enough to put him in a position to pull ahead, way too far ahead. The Sanctuary Warden coming down as he gets the 6th mana, drawing a card, continuing to put Ethan in a commanding position. And Akil looks like he knows it. Yeah. Why pull the counter off the warden instead of the initiate? Honestly, it's probably because there's 2 there, right? You'd rather potentially leave both protected from potential removal than to pull off one. It's like, hey, distribute. It's like when you're distributing counters and you're saying to yourself, do I want to stack all on this one or stack one on each? And it's distributing threats. That's what I would probably think. I do think protecting the warden at all costs is an interesting thought. I think because your opponent already needs to spend so many resources on it to kill it, and you have wiretapping in hand, that you just want to protect all of your resources because you're winning the long game no matter what. Like they get 1 card a turn, you still have, I don't know how LordTupperware still has 5 cards in hand, but somehow he still got 5 cards in hand, and I must have been missing it while he was drawing extra cards or something, because he is light years ahead right now. A disdainful stroke, excellent sideboard card. It may have come just a second too late to nab anything really meaningful. He's already played 2, I think, of his 3 or 4 above 4 drops, but still probably going to be able to get something pretty impactful. Lagrella coming down, taking that 6/6, and Akil just getting lands here. He's going to be able to draw a couple of cards off of these tapped lands, but let's see. Drew with Charm. Thank you. Yeah, Uncle Cardboard. I did not see that earlier, but that makes a ton of sense. And that draw with Charm has put him so far ahead that he's not even in a position where he has to play wiretapping. He's been able to hold up this quick draw dagger for the entirety of the game. And I think there's a little bit of a bluff here coming in from Akil, hopefully trying to snag some damage. And Tuppy saying, I call your bluff. Let's see what you got. Quick draw dagger to add insult to injury and not even lose the counter off of the Sanctuary Warden. That murder is a good draw from Akil. Akil is still at 20. If he were able to get in some damage here and there wasn't that dagger, that murder would have been a pretty primo draw. Lord Tupperware still in a very commanding position. It might be time to turn the corner. He's going to be able to get out his Spars Adjudicators next turn, shut down. Maybe not. Maybe honestly just go with wiretapping to begin drawing. Is a world where he removes it, and he takes it off the initiate this turn, gets himself a 1/1 as well as another card. Pushing in for 8. Akil is on a very, very short clock right now. Yeah, you can see some of the chat there. The pod, surprisingly, for those who didn't get to watch the draft, the pod was actually pretty aggressively staying away from brokers. There was 3 of them who wound up in the brokers colors, but for a lot of the draft, you saw brokers cards going around very late. I think there was maybe the thought that everyone was going to be trying to go brokers, so I need to figure out a different thing. So everyone trying to meta play against the meta maybe left open a really strong deck for Lord Tupperware to come in here. Yeah, that hurts a bit to get rid of the shield counter with the murder there, but it does prevent Lord Tupperware from drawing a little bit more. It allows him to be in a position. He's trying to go fishing into his deck for something good, and will he find it? And apparently not. Just the mountain coming through is not going to be enough. He doesn't have the blue mana, and that's GG. Good games, Lord Tupperware, undefeated with the brokers deck, moving through to the finals of the winners bracket. So Lord Tupperware gets to take a little nap if he wants, as the rest of the competitors need to finish up their matches. So Lord Tupperware moving on. Oh, here we go. To take on, let's do a quick little refresh here while we get updates on what's going on. Lord Tupperware is going to be taking on NicolaiBolas in the finals of the winners bracket to see who's moving on. Okay, so we have JamieTopples, who lost after her first win to Bolas. NumotTheNummy still taking on Seth Manfield. Ben S taking on DeFore. Lots of great matches today in the Just Lola Man eSporter Streets of New Capenna Streamer Showdown. Again, if you don't know what we do over at eSporter, come join us. Come sign up for Just Lola Man split up coming next week. Quarter calls in 2 weeks. We would love to have you. In each of our splits, we have 4 weeks of pro coaching from your favorite pros and content creators, 4 weeks of individual gameplay reviews, draft logs, actual play. You participate in scrimmages and group play opportunities each week, like pod drafts, where you get to play against other people in your cohort. And then at the end, it all culminates in a championship tournament like the one that you're watching today. Come check us out at esporter.win. We would love to have you join us. Come join our Discord. Follow us on social. It helps us out a ton. And we would love to have you come be a part of some of our splits. So if you're interested, come check out what we have going on. And let's take a peek at what we got going on. Yeah, so it looks like Numot and Seth are heading into game 3. I think that would be a cool one to check out soon. And then Ben S and DeFore also seem to be duking it out as well. So there's a lot of really high level play, a lot of people who are some of the best players in the game coming here today to battle it out. And we're seeing some fresh faces, some newcomers really leading the charge. You know, between NicolaiBolas and LordTupperware, you know, they've been doing a great job in today's tournament. LordTupperware, I think he got incredibly fortunate to pull the Sanctuary Warden, but finding the open lane, actually being brokers, that is nothing like what the best of 1 queues are like today. And I think a lot of people were doing the hedging to say, okay, this is going to be closed. I should prepare to draft other decks, and it maybe put people a little too far off them. So we actually switch over to Seth, Manfield, and NumotTheNummy in their game 3. It looks like Seth is in a pretty good position right now, but Numot with a massive Nightclubber, getting a 2-for-1, getting to attack in, gonna get to draw a card. Really exciting to watch these two throw haymakers at one another. Grizzly Sigil gonna be able to take down the Obscura Initiate. Numot ready to go. Feeling pumped. We see a very strong hand here from Seth. It's going to be able to double spell. Nummy's going to be in good position to get the Forge Boss, but honestly, that Extract the Truth, nabbing his Sleep with the Fishes might be a great time to do it. He does go with the Forge Boss, continue to build the board presence. Seth going to push forward 2 attacks. I wouldn't be surprised if he were to activate, but I also wouldn't be surprised if he just attacked, played the Dapper Shield made there. Just the Nightclubber and Grizzly Sigil in the deck so far. Does choose to move forward with the Dapper Shieldmate and a Girder Goons for Numot. Interesting that the deal gone bad here is going to be great for the Shieldmate. Interesting. Some people are in the camp that regardless of whether or not you have that 5 mana, you should be casting the Girder Goons for their Blitz cost to continue to kind of push the tempo, push the aggression. I think it's definitely a really interesting take. I think sometimes if I'm looking at this, I definitely am hard pressed at 5 mana to say, oh, I should blitz this out, especially when the board is at parity. If I were pushing for the win, I'd maybe be more interested in it. But I think in this situation, I'm maybe looking to put that out as a stable creature on the board. Excuse me, sorry about that. I also think I'm curious to see what Nummy's waiting to extract the truth on. It's creatures, planeswalkers, and enchantments. I think maybe having the open deck list of what Seth has built probably helps him say to himself, okay, you know, I am actively trying to get rid of X card that I know I'm going to have a hard time dealing with. And in Seth's deck, that might be Metropolis Angel, that could be Disciplined Duelist, that could be, you know, double Sleep with the Fishes. That's definitely, I would trade and Extract the Truth for Sleep with the Fishes. The Girder Goons here is going to be pretty solid, but we'll see if he'd rather do something like a Crooked Custodian, leave up Murder. But that being said, I am fairly certain he only has 2 sources of black right now. So he can only single spell, so that probably means he's playing the Girder Goons in the second main. Does get a lot of value out of this little chat here. Probably going to take this Make Disappear. Would not be surprised. I'm going to help him deal with any of these big threats that Nummy's trying to play. Not this turn. And that Sewer Croc is looking pretty good. You know, Seth is interested in getting his green mana, but I think he's more interested in casting a spell on 6 once he gets 2 more mana. Oh, and Nummy waits for the perfect time to extract the truth. Now he knows that the counter's coming. Definitely a good play there. Good patience from Nummy. And that was a good nab for him. Now he doesn't necessarily have to, well, he doesn't have to use the murder anymore on the Sewer Croc because he was able to use the Extract the Truth. Really, really good patience there. Good, smart sequencing. I think that that's one that I looked at and potentially I'm thinking I want to cast this as soon as possible. Oh, Nummy does blitz out. He draws a second Girder Goons, blitzes it out. I like this aggression here. He's going to be able to keep drawing through his deck. He's going to start to put the pressure on Seth here. Oh, and this is game 3. They're each already in a game. This is the rubber match. This is fighting for their tournament lives. Whoo, Forge Boss's static ability helping to put in a little bit of damage. The Girder Goons and the Dig Up the Body. Oh my goodness. This is going to be a wild next couple of turns. Seth's got to be careful or he's potentially going to put himself at, he's going to die if he doesn't watch out this next couple of turns. The blitzed Girder Goons next turn does put 9 damage on the board. 2 damage coming from the Forge Boss's static ability. So I think that Nummy has a very strong attack here if he's even able to get in 4 damage. So depending on what Seth does here. Fight rigging, big draw from Numot, but it might just be a little too slow and too late in the game for that to actually matter all that much. I definitely could see him blitzing out this Girder Goons. I could see the Blitz Girder Goons. Oh, he does have the Make Disappear in hand. Nummy is aware of that. Murdering a fish to keep alive your 3/2 might be a little aggressive, but you would be able to get through. Dig Up the Body or Fight Rigging here. Fight Rigging probably makes a little bit more sense. Okay, so Nummy chooses to leave up the murder mana just in case there's some kind of pump that Seth's able to draw. Or more likely, he just wants to kill the Initiate so that Seth no longer has access to the Lifelinker. Oh, the all-in attack. Seth does not know that the Girder Goons is in hand. The murder coming down on the initiate might just be game for Numot. Well, he does have the ability. Oh, he might out of the way his own creature back to his hand. He is able to do that and then recast. Oh, the Blitzed Girdergoons is going to be game with this line. Oh, the Blitz Girdergoon just gets made disappear unless he draws a land, and he draws the Corpse Explosion. Duh, of course. He doesn't even have the ability to play that. Only way out. By the way, only targets bunch creatures. All right, thank you, XRS. Yep, I thought it was any non-land permanent. That's good to know. Or maybe it's opponents, non-lands permanents. This is a pretty big dig up the body play. Numot stuck really thinking hard about every play, leaving open 2 mana so that he doesn't get make disappeared. But here, I think he has the luxury of playing the Custodian, yeah, and just running like whatever. If that gets make disappeared, you don't really care. But that potentially represents lethal to Seth here with the fight rigging coming out, pumping the Crooked Custodian. If he swings with it next turn, he is going to be able to get out the Sewer Croc, so that is a little bit additional damage. The Sewer Croc does potentially put him in a position where he can't cast the Make Disappear, though, so that is dangerous. A land next turn for Seth would be great, allowing him to hold up Make Disappear. On the flip side, Nummy literally needs to sacrifice 2 more creatures to kill Seth with the Forge Boss's Reach. He does say this is too dangerous. I have to get rid of it. I think his thought there is the Sewer Croc is going to be able to do the blocking for him. Dapper Shield Maze, probably Sewer Croc over the Dapper Shield Mate. This is setting up next turn lethal. Does the land do enough? I think now 7. Oh no, it's not. It's not enough mana yet to play the Nightclubber and the Girdergoons out. But it's also no longer lethal after taking care of that fish. So maybe you get out the fight rigging. Oh no. We see the oops come out. Block here from Seth. Doesn't look like he's put himself at lethal. It looks like Numot still potentially has this game. Oh, the attack there because it needed to be sacrificed. So he needed to just not attack and just let it die. Oh, goodness. A tiny oops there from Numot could cost him his tournament life. Oh, okay. He does have to Corpse Explosion to get rid of the Sewer Croc. Wow, this is wild. This is wild. Join the Maestros. Girdergoons into, I think, is he going to sacrifice the Forge Boss to make 2 4/3s? And then he's going to be able to double push. Then he has 1 left on the attack. Oh, boy. He has 1 left on the attack, and then he's able to blitz in the Girdergoons for lethal either way. Oh my goodness. This is going nuts. Wow. That was insane. The Buy Your Silence. Wait a second. Newmont's like, Revelation of Power kills me, so I have to block it. Yeah. So he's going to block it, but this still, okay, so this allows, oh my God, then he Buy Your Silences the 4/3, but the Girdergoons is still lethal. What a game from Numot and Seth. This was absolutely incredible to watch. What a blast. Wow. Wow. Oh my goodness. These guys are two of the best Magic minds you are ever going to get to watch on stream. What a match to watch. Congratulations. Seth, thank you for playing. You have put up some of the most fun games to watch all week. We appreciate you. Thank you. You rock. Oh my gosh, that was I'm at like 110 beats per minute. Oh my god, this is stressful. Seth, incredible play. Thank you for coming. Nummy, congratulations to fight through and live another day. To move on to face JamieTopples. Again, this is double elimination, so you got a bit more time going on before things are actually totally wrapped up. So Numot, if he can continue to battle his way through the bottom, he can make himself back to the top bracket. Let's do a quick refresh on the page and see where people are at. NumotTheNummy is moving forward. We do have 3 matches coming up very shortly with NicolaiBolas and LordTupperware at the only undefeated players left. EkiLTV and DeFore in a rematch of yesterday's finals. EkiLTV, will DeFore get some revenge? Will the day be his? We will find out soon enough. And JamieTopples taking on NumotTheNummy. Everyone in this bottom bracket battling for their tournament lives. The winners here actually finish. The winners, so you have to win one more, and then you finish if you win this next round in the money. Is that correct? Yes, it is. You finish in the top 3 if whoever comes out of the next 2 matches from the losers bracket. Again, there's a $1,000 prize pool sponsored by eSporter. This is the Just Lola Man and eSporter Streets of New Capenna Streamer Showdown. If you don't know what eSporter is, we are, you know what? We'll wait. If you don't know what eSporter is, we're 4 weeks of coaching from professionals, your favorite content creators and streamers, 4 weeks of individualized gameplay reviews and draft log reviews. You get scrimmages and group play opportunities every week with the people in your learning cohort, and it all culminates in a prize tournament like the one you're watching today. So come join us. It's a whole blast. We love putting these on, and they're a good time for everybody involved. So want to thank everyone again for participating who has been a part of this so far, and excited to see how the rest of this shakes out this afternoon. So we are actually moving over to LordTupperware and NicolaiBolas. It looks like they're in game 2 and in the middle of sideboarding. While they're sideboarding, I will be right back. You can watch their gameplay. All right, LordTupperware deep in the tank as he's thinking about cards to put in. Looks like that is the final decision he's going to go with. Oh, again, starting hand with the Sanctuary Warden. Man, honestly, Tupperware might be riding this hot streak all the way to the finals. He's just getting, built a good deck, getting a little lucky, drawing a lot of bombs. Ooh, I think you're probably, honestly, are you tossing like the adjudicators? Maybe the brawlers here. You could toss the briefcase. It's your only early play. I think I'm maybe tossing the brawlers or adjudicators. And in the end, I probably toss brawlers. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those two. It's brawlers and adjudicators, in my opinion. I don't know which one is right there. That's a tough one. It's a tough call because the life link on the brawlers, the first strike allow you to push in, the life link saves you. Yeah. I think there's maybe more flexibility there. The adjudicators is really nice if you have an aggressive hand, you're looking to shut down a blocker and push in some more damage. 4/4 body's fine, but the 3/5 is actually a bit better and more stable in this format. Dodges whack, dodges. It essentially needs hard removal. Needs like a ready to rumble or a murder. Yes, exactly. Yeah, he has been riding that Warden just on the back of that Valkyrie, hands risen, sword in hand, trying his best to get to that W. Lord Tupperware with the eSporter logo in the top corner. We appreciate that. Thank you, brother. He was one of our first coaches coming in here and running these splits. Did an absolutely phenomenal job. We love Tuppy. He's great. So plays the Rafine's Informant. Oh man, you can't toss the land. I honestly think you might be tossing the briefcase here. You want to keep the removal. Huh. Yeah, that's tough. I think like I was just thinking like what does the hold for ransom really do? If he's able to take a peek at his opponent's deck, if he was checking out NicolaiBolas' deck, like when you think about biggest bomb, I put this on a Jaxus, what does it do? It actually doesn't do very much at all. You can still activate those activated abilities. He's probably going to get a nice trade here with the informant to informant. Yeah. Yeah, I think Tupperware's game plan is get to 6. But being able to get the Dapper Shield made along the line out, I really think you're pretty happy doing whatever you can to try and kill this Jaxus. So I actually don't even hate had he swung there. I don't hate trying to bait the block, but he's almost certainly not going to block, and he's just going to swing back. I actually like. Okay, maybe that's too crazy. I was gonna say blitzing the plasma jockey and then tapping it, copying it, drawing 2 cards, tapping down both his blockers, hitting for 8. Or no, he hit for 7 because you swing out the lackey. I think that's pretty spicy. Oh, okay. And it looks like NicolaiBolas agrees with me. That's pretty spicy. I like that a lot. It does get him 2 more cards. It gets him deeper into his deck. Oh, and he likes the line too. We're pushing in with the whole squad. Tupperware saying, oh crap, that's putting me in a bit of trouble. Seth Manfield raiding with his whole party. Seth, dude, thank you so much for coming and participating. Your games were some of the most fun matches to watch all weekend. You played so great. You drafted really well. We can't appreciate you anymore. So thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been awesome, and it was super fun to have you. For all who've just entered, we are watching Lord Tupperware take on NicolaiBolas in the undefeated winners bracket. Right now, they are duking it out for the top spot to take home a guaranteed second place. Again, it's $1,000 prize pool. So this is actually playing for some real stakes. And if you want to play for some stakes, you have the opportunity to with eSporter. So come join us. When you sign up for a split, it's 4 weeks of pro coaching from your favorite pros and content creators. It is individualized gameplay reviews, draft log reviews to help you get better. And then it is also weekly scrimmages and group play opportunities so that you can make some new friends while you're improving along the way. And that all culminates in a prized championship tournament like the one you're watching today. So if any of that sounds interesting, come check us out at esporter.win. Come join us in our Discord. We like chatting limited. We like posting trophy decks. We like talking video games in general. So we'd love to have you. Let's get back to the gameplay here. Spice was nice for NicolaiBolas. He was able to draw into 2 creatures and another land. That plasma jockey play, I was a big fan of it. I do like this as well, continuing to give him some more resources with the expendable or whatever, the 1/1 that gives you additional creatures till the end of your next end step. I do like copying that because it continues to get through his deck, and then the copy itself will draw him a card. So this is actually a pretty spicy combo here from NicolaiBolas. This Jaxus has been just one of the strongest rares in red I think top players can play with. It's just surprisingly awesome. If you get good ETBs or even just the on death trigger of drawing a card is pretty insane. I think if I'm Nummy, I'm actively afraid of my opponent's Nummy. I'm so sorry, Ethan. I've called you Nummy twice, but you're Tuppy. I know that. If I'm Ethan here, I'm definitely saying, okay, this attack with the Gardener feels fishy. The attack with the 1/1 makes sense, but you're not just trying to untap your Jaxus. So we'll see if he actually does go with a block here. I think I probably would toss my Dapper Shieldmate in front of it and say, yeah, whatever, you can eat the shield counter, or I can get a trade for free. So I am interested in that. But I think that's the only one. I think, yeah, I think I'm probably too afraid to block with my ballroom brawlers. Maybe he's thinking when I get to 6, I want to use that shield counter on the Dapper Shieldmate, which from the Dapper Shieldmate for the Sanctuary Warden. But I think that block there was maybe the higher risk block there that maybe could have just went the way of the Dapper Shieldmate and been the same thing. Wow. Unfortunately, double exiled cards that NicolaiBolas cannot play this turn. He unfortunately has to toss 2 of his stronger gold cards, but that does put LordTupperware in a good position here. Okay, next turn, LordTupperware is able to cast his Sanctuary Warden. It is now or never for NicolaiBolas. He has got to make this happen. I do like copying this rocks here is quite interesting. What do I really care about? Yeah, I think you want to just swing in with the biggest thing possible. You're just trying to close this game out. You're going to get another ping from the Witty Roastmaster. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this Sanctuary Warden might just stabilize LordTupperware too hard. Draw some additional cards. Lagrella, huge pickup from LordTupperware. I think he's still going to drop the Sanctuary Warden the first chance he can. And I think that chance is right now, and I think you do it. We'll see if he agrees with that. He does not. He decides to go with the Lagrella, sacrificing his treasure, hoping that he gets into another land. Got to get rid of this Jaxus. This Jaxus is going to kill you. Yeah, you don't really have another option there. The Sanctuary Warden's interesting, but it doesn't have lifelink, so it's not like it's helping you come back from this race. I think getting Jaxus off the field is definitely what you want to do. And NicolaiBolas is kind of he draws into a Sticky Fingers, making that security rocks much more difficult to block and evasive. He does go with the double block here. He does say, okay, eat my shield counter and Sawjack. I do not care. Gonna allow NicolaiBolas to continue to move through his deck with a little bit more velocity here. Sacks the Botanical Plaza for another draw. Oh, and LordTupperware gets his 6 mana for his Sanctuary Warden. Double lands from the draws from NicolaiBolas. Oh my goodness. And LordTupperware has retaken a commanding position. Food for worms. Thank you for those cheers, my friend. Nice to meet you. Welcome to the eSporter official stream. Okay. Able to get back his Jaxus. Is this going to be enough? Man, poor Nicolai has gone land into land into land. Same thing for LordTupperware. Who's going to be able to come up with some gas first? And LordTupperware finds himself a Voice of the Vermin. Oh man, honestly, making the copies with Jaxus every turn and getting the Witty Roastmaster pings might be enough to close out the game, and he got the antagonize. Oh my goodness. He's going to be able to get in at least 1 more point of damage by using if he copies the Witty Roastmaster and then he copies again next turn and then he doesn't die next turn. Oh, if he doesn't block, this is game, I think. If he doesn't block, this is game. Oh my gosh. NicolaiBolas is able to potentially pump the unblocked attacker and then just copy the Witty Roastmaster. I think oh boy, man, we didn't even that's something Nicolai didn't even maybe notice himself. All he had to do was copy a Witty Roastmaster like twice in a turn, and then it's like four of reach damage happening there. Out of control. A lot of unlucky witnesses or whatever. Okay, so you Jewel Thief, and then you get another 3-drop. You can, man, this is tough. Oh, yeah, he has a land. He can play a land and get a Swooping Protector out. I don't think he's played a land yet this turn. No, he has not. Chooses to get the Jewel Thief to get the additional treasure counter. Maybe he's going to blitz out the Plasma Jockey. I could totally see him blitzing the Plasma Jockey. He does choose to blitz the Plasma Jockey. This is insane. Oh my goodness. Lord Tupperware feels the exact same way. He's like, this is ridiculous. Wow, all he has to do now is copy the Witty Roastmaster one time and play out another creature. Because the Riveteer's Charm is creature of Planeswalker, right? It doesn't go face. That'd be absurd. Yeah. Okay. He does have a huge opportunity here with the Jewel Thief to swing in with Trample. Oh my goodness. You make a second Jewel Thief, you swing in with everybody. Oh, my, and that's game. Wow. NicolaiBolas, man, I am so impressed. Between yesterday's play, getting him into the finals today, and today finding the open Cabaretti lane at his, oh my goodness. The antagonize is going to be game here. Holy crap. Wow. A+ execution on this deck. This Jaxus has been out of control powerful. Super incredible match here. This is what we expect to see from the welcome Lola Yak. Thank you. That was wild. This is what you expect to see from the winners bracket. People playing at the highest level, people finding lines that you wouldn't expect. This Witty Roastmaster alongside Jax's combo is several points of reach every single turn, and the Gardener that untaps the creatures. Like there's a lot of combo shenanigans going on in NicolaiBolas' deck, and Lord Tupperware has got some sheer power that he's gonna, I think honestly, Jaxus is a 4-drop, right? I think I'm putting in Disdainful. Oh, he's splashing blue. He's splashing blue. White green base. Honestly, he didn't really have a lot of trouble with mana. I'm kind of interested in putting in one of these counters because of my fear of Jaxus. I don't actually, if I'm Lord Tupperware, I don't necessarily think that I'm losing, except to stupid Jaxus shenanigans. So I think I'm interested in figuring out a way to mitigate the losses that she would bring. But good for freaking Nicolai. This has been quite performance from him through this bracket. He's about to, he has a chance to punch himself a ticket into the finals here. Jaxus is a 4-drop, and she is a problem. Let's take a quick peek at how the rest of the bracket is doing. Things are moving along smoothly. Oh, again in the starting hand. Oh my goodness. So it does look like Lord Tupperware did have to take a mulligan, but he was able to mulligan into the Sanctuary Warden. If he can get to 6 mana, which it's looking like he can, there's going to be a game on our hands, folks. Whew, up to 5. No problem, Tuppy says. No problem. Mulligan, never concerned. Rafine's Informant coming in here. Probably going to be tossing the prize fight, if I were to guess. Tosses the Halo Scarab. Good pickup. Great draw off the connive trigger there. Wow. And just like that, on 6, Tuppy is going to have a Sanctuary Warden on 6 that NicolaiBolas won't be able to do anything about. Okay. He says that's pretty good. Okay. Ballroom Brawlers into your freaking Sanctuary Warden. That is going to be very difficult for NicolaiBolas to keep up with here. Wow. Really just a mulligan into a fantastic sequence of draws for Lord Tupperware here. He opts to go 3 into 3, build the board state. You're not playing against black. You don't have to worry about any discard cards. Probably wants to encourage NicolaiBolas to use removal on something else before he gets out the Warden there. He's going to probably nab the Rakish Revelers here. He does. Oh, I like that he gives himself a bit of an insurance policy, thinking that NicolaiBolas with a full grip has probably got a piece of removal in there. I like what he's doing. First strike, 2, both the Ballroom Brawlers and the Sawjack's going to get in, sneak in 5 damage. If Bolas chooses to use the Cabaret Charm on the... Oh, he can't even. He would need to... Yeah, he can't even... He can. He can't this turn. He can Witty Roastmaster into like a prize fight. But that's not good. Yeah, it's a whole turn before he gets to actually use that charm because it's the damage is based on the number of creatures in the battlefield. So he can't kill Lagrella just yet. Ethan's probably going to take this. Sanctuary Warden next turn is going to be absurd. No counters on any of his creatures yet to actually be able to take advantage of the Warden's ability, but she'll be able to remove it off herself. Another land. I think I'm probably hanging on to that for potential conniving. Ethan plays it out. I think you're swinging with the team here, giving your 1/1. I mean, if I'm LordTupperware and I don't know anything in his hand, right? So I'm probably... This is tough. This is tough. You have seen the antagonize. You know the deck list. You're probably planning around the antagonize. So that means you actually don't have good attacks here if you're planning around the antagonize. He gets a 5/4 blocker. He just gets to use his citizen to eat your brawlers. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he's taking a peek now. My sweet Baxter, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, so you got to imagine if you're in LordTupperware's position, you actually don't know what he has. You just know what he has access to in his sideboard. So I with a full grip of cards, I think it's fair to assume that, yeah, I think without knowing, I would also be attacking. Would I put the first strike? He puts the life link on the 2/3. You know, honestly, this is probably the right call because the first strike doesn't actually get you anywhere. So he's going to eat the Ballroom Brawlers regardless. So you're like, okay, I just need to get in as much damage as possible, as quickly as possible. This pushes 5 damage for you and gains 2. You're way ahead on that race, 12-19. And then on top of that, second main, you're getting at the Sanctuary Warden. You know they don't have their antagonize anymore, and you're in a pretty good shape to actually close this out. The Warden, again, allows you to remove counters from it or any other creature when it enters the battlefield or attacks to draw a card and make a 1/1. You know, NicolaiBolas... All right, welcome back. Sorry about that. We got disconnected just for a quick second, but hopefully you haven't missed very much. In the meantime, LordTupperware has built up his board presence, and ooh, this might be the final hurrah here from NicolaiBolas saying, I need to close this out. He does have the opportunity to pump the team, give them trample with the Cabaret Charm, but I do not think that is going to be enough. I think that LordTupperware's commanding board presence might just be too much. The Sanctuary Warden pumping out too many 1/1s. The big Mage's Attendant coming in, giving them additional 1/1s. There's just, I think there might just be too much here to truly stop it. Really good on LordTupperware here. Straight up playing around the Cabaret Charm. He did see it kill him or attack him for big numbers in the last one. So I think you got to assume that that's what you're playing around here when he does an all-out swing like this. It's probably a, yep, we back. Thank you, Otter. We are back. And we're back just in time to probably see the last attack of the game from the winner's bracket. This is looking to me like Lord Tupperware is going to be moving on to the finals for a guaranteed second place. You love to see it. Yep. Yeah. See, you can say him saying see him saying, yep. Ooh, uses it for the removal instead of the board pump. Definitely interesting here. Able to get a lot of good trades, clear up the board. And that is not just yet lethal. It is lethal because Lagrella is going to be able to nab the 2-2, and it's going to be lethal for Lord Tupperware, making his way, battling tooth and nail through the winner's side of the bracket to get himself to the finals. Lord Tupperware, let's go, baby. Applause to you, dude. Let's go. Big time. All right. Well, thank you again for joining us. We are about midway through. We probably have about 3 or 4 more matches for the rest of today's draft or today's bracket. NumotTheNummy, while we were watching Lord Tupperware, NicolaiBolas was able to take down JamieTopples 2-0. So he advances to the 3rd/4th place match. NicolaiBolas now drops down to the losers bracket where he will be playing the winner of EkiLTV and DeFore. Excuse me. Numot will be playing the winner of EkiLTV and DeFore, and then the winner of that match will be playing NicolaiBolas. Lord Tupperware gets probably about 45-minute break now until he gets to his final match. He can take some time to think about his deck and check out what the opponents have got cooking. But there's a world where NumotTheNummy fights back to get himself into the finals. We will see how he does there. He did lose his first round match to Lord Tupperware, the who has locked in 1st or 2nd place now. Really fun matchup so far. Let's take a peek at what is making these decks tick. So as we watch Numot kind of fight and claw his way back from the bottom, we see he's actually got an incredibly powerful deck here. So we are looking at Sigil, Triple Custodian, Extract the Truth, which has come through as like a true MVP here, being able to nab some of his opponent's big creatures that he doesn't really have great answers for. Nightclubber, as always, has been fantastic. We've seen Kenji use Dig Up the Body in some really creative and effective ways. Really like this whole build, fight rigging, workshop war chief. You just look around, it's just raw power left and right. Double girder goons. The last match with Seth was a nail biter. That was absolutely absurd. It was really fun to watch and see them both duke it out. Let's take a peek at what Lord Tupperware is currently the reigning champ with, and it is a broker's build. Surprise, surprise. But this deck, surprisingly, for those who didn't actually watch the draft, this deck was, I don't want to say wide open, but it was ridiculously open at the table. People, I think, were kind of bobbing and weaving and like to left or right, like what am I going to do here to like figure out the open lane. And I think everybody was trying to avoid brokers, assuming that everyone would be on brokers. So then Ethan winds up getting, or Lord Tupperware winds up getting a couple of Lagrellas pretty late. Broker's Charm really late. Like late Spars Adjudicators. He opened a Sanctuary Warden, and then all of a sudden he's all in. It's like, yep, I'm in. This is my deck. He's got some good pieces of removal, or like decent pieces of removal with the Quick Draw Dagger. Good uncommons in the Mage's Attendant. Majestic Metamorphosis is working out well for him. Haven't actually seen him cast Slip Out the Back, but in the slower matchups in best of threes, wiretapping can be pretty insane. We haven't seen it go off for him just yet, but off the Mulligan too. But we have seen it be pretty effective. I've seen it in many matchups be very effective. I think in best of three it shines its best. Okay, so let's take a quick peek. I bet we just got an update to the bracket. Okay, not just yet, but we do have a couple of matches that we can pop in on pretty shortly. All right, we're going to move in on Akil and DeFore going into game 2, or they are in the middle of game 2. where Akil looks to be in a pretty commanding board position. So it looks like DeFore is hell-bent, no cards in hand, has the Halo Scarab in the graveyard. Oh, that was incorrect. Apologies. He had the Swooping Protector coming down, able to eat the Chrome Cat in exchange for a shield counter, and Akil is able to go get some more cards. Masked Bandits are going to be able to push through some pretty solid damage for Akil here. Oh, and he also draws into the Glamorous Outlaw. These are just a bunch of big bodies that are okay, that are going to be tough for DeFore to deal with. DeFore saying, hey, you get a card, I get a card. He picks up another Glamorous Outlaw. That is going to be a lot of power and toughness for DeFore to deal with. Oh boy, and DeFore is just hitting land after land. He is able to grab a Rooftop Nuisance. Probably doesn't want to casualty either of his creatures. But this is a race that is kind of scary right now. If I'm DeFore, I'm probably tapping down the 5/5 almost certainly, and trying to continue this air assault. But yeah, this is not looking great for DeFore at the moment, even though he is pretty substantially ahead. Oh my gosh, and another body dropper. Akil just getting gas after gas after gas. Gets to swing in for 7. That Vigilance Menace is just an absolute pest. He's going to be able to get out the Glamorous Outlaw, scry 2, push additional damage next turn. He is smart of him to consider, hey, do I play the body dropper first? But even with the Glamorous Outlaw, he is leaving 2 open for a make disappear. So that's smart. He sees what the auto tapper was about to do to him. He says, not today, not today, Magic. I will tap it myself. Ooh, the hostile takeover right on top. He leaves both top, and this could be game for Akil. Game, set, and match with one more big attack here. Just take a peek at where we're at with everything else. Okay. Yep. Yeah, so it looks like we will be moving from one match to the next, because as we move through the losers bracket, each player needs to play the next person in line until we get to the reigning champion, the Lord of Tupperware himself, Ethan Sachs. This is an exciting matchup. We've definitely seen these guys yesterday. For anyone who didn't get to see it, we actually saw them battle it out in the finals of the Pod 2 for the Streamer Showdown, and they had an incredibly close match there. Akil also potentially taking home the W. We will see if he can do the same today. But DeFore is definitely in a challenging position with the board state that Akil has put together. Celebrity Fencer going to be, not going to do a whole lot for DeFore right now. Neither is a land. But an Echo Inspector will do a whole lot. Enables him to hasten the race. I think he needs to toss maybe the Celebrity Fencer. He just choose to toss the land. What does he toss? He chooses to keep the Celebrity Fencer. This is a lot of air damage. This is 6 damage in the air coming in. This Rooftop Nuisance might act as, Akil making a very interesting play, sacrificing one body dropper to another. Wow. That hostile takeover was insane. That was heartbreaking for DeFore. I think that's going to be the end of the game for him, Akil, with the absolutely insane, the most hostile takeover we have seen outside of corporate America. Akil, fantastic match, good game, way to play. It's really exciting to see him continue to move through the ranks with such efficacy, such swiftness, and really great gameplay as well. He really had a good day yesterday. He had a good draft today, just coming out with a strictly powerful deck. You can see Lord Tupperware already moving into the top of the winners bracket. NicolaiBolas dropping to the 1 loss, and Ekil getting his second win over DeFore, which is putting him into the losers bracket semifinals against NumotTheNummy. We're excited to kind of check these guys out, and let's tell you a bit more about what we've got going on here at eSporter. So when you sign up for one of our splits, you get a month of the most unique, exciting, fun esports experience that any casual gamer can have. You get 4 weeks of coaching from your favorite pro or content creator. You get individualized gameplay reviews, draft logs. We kind of review everything with you to help you get better. You get weekly scrimmages and group play opportunities where you get to compete for your spot on leaderboards, and it all culminates in a prized tournament at the end of the month, just like the one you're watching today. We stream it out to Twitch to all your friends and family to watch, and you get to kind of compete for some real stakes. Great place to learn, great place to make new friends, fun way to hang out with your favorite streamers and actually personally get to have conversations, interact with them one-on-one, and learn about what makes them so great. So come join us. We got Just Lola Man Split starting up next week. Got quarter calls a week after that. We would love to have you join either of those teams and come compete and have a good time and learn while you're doing it. Again, today's been a great day. This is the Streamer Showdown. This is the culmination of 2 days worth of play. We've had, Pod 1, really great matches, really fun matches going through it with some of the best names in Magic. Pod 2 yesterday, just same thing. Guys duking it out, throwing haymakers left and right. Really amazing play, fun draft to watch. And then today is the finals where they're competing for $1,000 prize pool. So these guys aren't playing for nothing. They're out here really trying to make every win count. And this is kind of exactly couldn't be more. This is exactly what we've been asking for out of this whole experience. So I'm so excited to see these guys play it out. And let's take a peek at our competitors' decks. So we have EkiLTV and NumotTheNummy about to duke it out. So we just took a peek at Ekil. So let's Nummy. So let's take a peek at what Ekil's got going on. Okay, so as you look, his top end is kind of heavy, but he does a good job of mitigating those early game losses with a good suite of removal and intelligent trade-offs. He's got 2 board wipes with Corpse Explosion as well as Hostile Takeover. You look at the Chrome Cat and you say, like, why is this a good include? Oh, it turns Corpse Explosion into, a 3-power Hostile Takeover, essentially. You can play this. It trades off with just about any of the creatures at 3 or lower, and then later you can use its body for the Corpse Explosion. Imagine just throwing a cat that explodes all over your opponent's creatures. The fight rigging, absolutely insane. The big scores to kind of draw through your deck, give you some momentum and velocity and get to your bombs. Ziatora's Envoy, incredible card. This combat damage to a player. Look at the top card of your library. May play a land, may cast a spell with mana value less than or equal to the damage dealt from the top of your library without paying its mana cost. And if you don't, draw it. This card is insane. I think this card hasn't really shown as much because it's in one of the color pairs that actually hasn't been as effective. But one of the things about pod drafting that makes it so fun and different than like the best of 1 or best of 3 ladders is you don't have the luxury of everyone at the table being in brokers. So you're not just like, it's not just like the same old brokers match after brokers match. You actually get to see what the flavor of this format is supposed to be like when the self-correcting nature of draft is actually implemented into the system. At each table, everyone can't wind up in a broker's deck. But what we often see in the queue is that, okay, yeah, you play against a lot of brokers decks because people draft them often. And then if you get to any high wins, these types of decks aren't getting there as much. So we're about ready to take you into game 1 between NumotTheNummy and EkiLTV. I am excited. These guys have been performing. They're actually the winners of Pod 1 and Pod 2, respectively. Nummy in Pod 1, Ekil in Pod 2, respectively. So these guys know what it takes to take down the pod. They know what it takes to build a good deck. And both of them are on black-red base, Riveteer, splashy kind of decks. So I'm excited to see what they've got going here. Okay, we got a little bit of a slow start from both of them. Ekil able to take advantage of his tap lands, get the ominous parcel out. Numot with a bunch of strong cards in his hand to start, but no red mana, unfortunately. And he gives you the oh crap eyes. I've made a huge mistake. It's okay. There will be a land now. Oh my gosh. All right. Well, Ekil has got the whole world at his disposal right now. He can even hold up Ominous Parcel as a removal spell. Rough draw for Nummy here. Not getting that third land. It's one of those things that you really hate to see, because I think every single one of us watching, if we get a 2-land hand and 2 of the colors that we need, we are hanging on to that hand for dear life. Yeah, this is tough. Do you really want to trade with the Scarab is a hard question, but I think you are protecting your life total as much as possible while you're getting a little bit screwed. So unfortunate there. Ciatora is gonna be able to nab a Voice of the Vermin for free. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Nami says, enough of that. That is too frustrating. You can have game 1. Unfortunate to see it go that way. Real rough draw, but to Nummy's, I guess to his defense, he didn't really show his opponent a whole lot of additional information, but they are open deck lists, so they both know what each other are playing at the moment. So not a whole lot of changes to be made, maybe just a little bit better draws from the shuffler. So here's to a better game 2. His poor chat giving him crap. Put more lands on the deck. Yeah, well, sometimes it's just the way the game shakes out. After we all play hundreds of these types of games, and they get a little bit frustrating when you don't get really a fair draw or enough lands, especially when you're running what should be enough. But it happens to all of us, and I think they all know this too. Yeah, excited to see a little bit better of a matchup, because I think both of these guys have the know-how to to pilot this 2 really, really fun games. So hopefully a little bit better luck there. Max effort, min outcome here. All right, so now we get into game 2. Ekil ready to go. Nami gonna be on the play with a much better keep here. Doesn't have the second black mana just yet, but he will be able to get out. Oof. Honestly, if the opponent gets out a Scarab or any 1-drop or any 1 toughness creature, that's rough. It's gonna be able to nab the fight rigging here. Yeah, I honestly think that there's a world where I just blitz it out in order to get some damage in and draw into like more lands or another creature. Yeah, and Nummy agrees. I don't think you can kind of rest on your laurels and hope for that to nab something. I think you just kind of got to keep moving. Both players here not getting very exciting draws. Good clean magic when both of us aren't casting anything. Chaldea Strong Arm coming in from Ekil. Same mentality. Hey, I'll swing in for 4. I would rather go draw a card than just sit on nothing forever. All right, and in comes the second black, allowing Nummy to blitz in the Girder Goons, leaving him with a 2/2 and another card. Let's hope for a red mana. And he gets a green. Oh, goodness. It's very interesting when we were watching him build the deck. I actually said to myself, I was like, this looks like a green-black base for the deck. And I think actually it kind of is over a green-red base there. Ooh, that cleanup crew is going to be mighty nice. Dig Up the Body's pretty interesting as well. It allows Nummy to go get back his Nightclubber and his Girdergoons if he so chooses. Ekil does have all the mana in the world. Able to cast his Mass Bandits this turn. I do think he will do that. He chooses not to. Okay. I think that's makes a ton of sense here for Nummy. Okay. He's got the Xander's Lounge to give him access to that red mana, and I think he will do that. Gets the Girdergoons out for a little bit more permanent board state here. Ekil does have the ability to murder the goons, but it does still leave Nummy with a 2/2. Yeah, Nummy to me feels like he's still in a quite a commanding position. Ooh, a Glamorous Outlaw and a Masked Bandits. That actually matches up fairly well against Nummy's current hand. He does have the Murder, and the Cleanup Crew is going to be the biggest creature on the battlefield with no way to deal with it except for the Hostile Takeover. Capenna Express is interesting. Oh, it's tough. It's tough. My thought is like, do you get out Cleanup Crew to try and bait out more removal? But that being Crew 2 might be appealing enough that I wanna start to push with it. Yeah, I think that's what I would have done. Excuse me. Yeah, I think what this does do nicely is bait out. I mean, I don't think it's going to bait out a double block, but it does potentially bait out the takeover. Sorry, I might be crazy. I thought I could have swore that the hostile takeover was in. He might be playing it. Yeah, he's playing it right now. Yeah. Baits out the removal. I think Nummy is actually in a much better position from what's actually in his hand. There was a case maybe that he played out maybe like one of the Forge bosses and left up a Faker on Death. But I think that it wouldn't have baited out the hostile takeover, and I think I am okay with that. Yeah, leaving up murder mana here, I do like the Zeotora's Envoy. My goodness, he could also even blitz it out. Gets him 2 creatures, draws him a card, gets him a creature off the top, or gets him something off the top. Yeah, Akil is going to be able to come in with threat after threat here, and they are just a little bit bigger than what Nummy's got going on. He could use the Workshop War Chief coming in here soon enough. Last time we brought it up, it was summoned from the deck. So let's see, can we do it again? Can we send the man some Workshop War Chief vibes? Chief. Hit him with the wrench. Akil able to push the advantage here. Ooh, just see the red mana. He's going to be able to double spell here, which is pretty nice. Get double Forged bosses out. There's also a world where he just leaves up the Faker on Death, which I don't hate. Get himself a couple of treasure tokens here. Put the opponent on a tight clock. I like this too. Actually, if it goes unblocked next turn, Faker on Death is lethal. He decides to leave up Faker on Death. Ooh, a corpse explosion. Oh my goodness. Akil just having 2 separate pieces of board wipes, like mass removal. That's not an effect that most people get the luxury of in drafts. Oh, can he blitz that? 9. Yeah, it's not lethal. It's not lethal. He could blitz that if he wanted. He would get a creature or something off the top. Nummy takes 9, goes down to 4. Blitzing Ziator is definitely risky. I see what he's thinking. That same play next turn is lethal, but this turn it's lethal for a kill if he doesn't do it. He could leave up. I'm fairly certain Deal Gone Bad is an instant, so he could leave that up. It is an instant. So if he does leave that up, that does protect him from dying next turn, even with the Fake Your Death extra attack. But you Nightclubber, you Fake Your Own Death Nightclubber, double Forge Boss, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 4. Okay, no, he's 1 mana off. Okay, so if he gets a black mana, he can play out the whole hand, and it even gets past the Deal Gone Bad if he just Ziator's Envoy and swings. Oh gosh, okay. Yeah, because the 4 damage from the double Forge bosses off of the Nightclubber's death. He doesn't have access. Corpse Explosion is not instant, so he wouldn't have access to that next turn. But he does have the Deal Gone Bad, but he still gets around it with the double Forge boss activation. He does go for the Ziator's Envoy, not blitzed, and I don't think he can attack here. I think he might, but I think if he does attack here, I actually think he might be dead. Oh my gosh. I do like all the dancing cats in the chat vibing. Oh, he chooses not to attack. This does give Nummy an opportunity to build up the board a little bit, but there's the scary thing there is just like the next turn Corpse Explosion. He does know that it's in his deck. Oh, I like that he swings with both here. I like that he swings with both here. This is tough because the Fake Your Own Death, he's probably going to have to play it before Akil is forced to play the Deal Gone Bad. Yeah, he's probably taking a peek at like, okay, what does he even potentially have here? This is wild. 4 mana up. And then he's like, oh crap, what could Deal Gone Bad do to me here? This Corpse Explosion in Akil's hand is so threatening. It just clears up the whole board, but he is saying you can have the Ziator's Envoy here. My gosh, I'm holding my breath. Make sure to breathe, everybody. Breathe and drink water. This is a high pressure game, high stakes. If Akil plays the Deal Gone Bad on the Companion Express, the Fake Your Own Death still allows the trade, brings it back, gives a treasure, puts him at 3. Okay. Yeah, that's still going to allow the death of, and that comes back. Oof, this is scary. This is scary. Akil's going to be able to wipe, one-sided wipe Nummy's side of the board. These games have been so incredibly tight. Don't breathe water. Drink air, breathe water. This is tough. This is tough. If you're Akil, you do have, now you have up to a 5. I think you have, so he needs a 4. I'm fairly certain. Actually, the other Glamorous Outlaws is not in the graveyard. So I'm fairly certain that Akil only has access to 3 and 5 in his graveyard. Oh, he has 2 from the Strong Arm. He has 5 from the Masked Bandits, but he doesn't have access to 4, which is what he needs for the Corpse Explosion. So he can either kill his own guy or he can just kill the Crooked Custodian. This Corpse Explosion is not going to work out the way he wants it to, but he does have the Ominous Parcel as just a single piece of removal to get rid of the Forge Boss, which I could see him doing. Yeah, we haven't seen the second Glamorous Outlaw come out yet, which would be the perfect wipe for him in this situation. Other than that, I don't think, I think he's taking a peek at it right now. I'm fairly certain it's not, there's only 5, 3, 5 and 3. And maybe 2. Maybe we saw the Exhibition Magician, or maybe we saw the Chrome Cat. So yeah, there's 5 and 3. I'm like 98% certain. 3 is not exciting. You should get rid of a Crooked Custodian. Oh, you might do that as well as Ominous Parcel 3, and then Ominous Parcel the Forge Boss 2 for 2. Oh, he's looking at his own graveyard. He chooses to 2 it, and then yeah, he'll Ominous Parcel the Forge Boss. Yep, that seems like that makes sense. Oof, this is rough for Nummy. He's not going to have a way to turn on the Capenna Express. Oh, he can sacrifice the treasure. He will be able to get it out once, which is going to put Akil at 2. Oh my gosh. Can Nummy close it out? I make the 1/1. Make the 1/1, then you get extra blockers. Oh my goodness. He knows you got the clubber. Oh, if you make the 1/1, the clubber just kills it all. Yeah. Oh, he could get lucky here. Okay, no luck, but the clubber does work. If you're Akil, maybe he realized that a little too late. You probably should have done the treasure token there. Gets a nice clean wipe here. Oh, he does choose to blitz it out. Makes sense. Needs to get to something more effective. And a Crooked Custodian does do it. Oh my goodness. We could be going to a game 3 here. Akil's last draw, a Halo Scarab. He can't attack. He will have to double block. Or no, he won't have to double block. He can single block, but then that's kind of game, but it gets rid of the, oh, he's only able, oh, huge draw. Big draw from Nummy. Forces the chump from the 4/5 after he kills the Halo Scarab. Oh, goodness. Okay, so it all comes down to one final draw from Akil. He's got a block here. He's going to make the Halo Scarab treasure. And if this has got to be removal or a creature to block. And Akil says, that's too much for me. And we're going to game 3. Congratulations, Nummy. Good playing. Fun not to get screwed. Really fun match to watch with these two. Oh my goodness. My Sweet Baxter, sweetest game. All day has been sweet games. Every single match that we've watched has been absolutely out of control. The level that these guys play at is honestly, it's like watching highly stressed out, incredibly high mythic players battle it out head to head. That was awesome to watch. I am so excited for game 3. I will be back in 60 seconds. All right, we're heading into game 3 between Akil, yesterday's Pod 2 winner, and NumotTheNummy, Tuesday's Pod 1 winner. Whew! Pretty solid starting hand from Nummy. I didn't realize Nummy also has a corpse explosion of his own. Wow, we're going to see a lot of exploding corpses in today's matchup. Doesn't have the murder mana. Oh, it kind of hurts my heart, but he does have double Crooked Custodian to start. It's going to be not bad for setting up a later corpse explosion at 3 power. Oh, Akil, not to be outmatched, also has the corpse explosion. A bit nicer diversity of cards, has the big score to try and draw through more of the deck. Ooh, Nummy does find his second black. Akil happy to trade Body Dropper for Custodian. Nummy a ways away from casting that Cleanup Crew, but still going to be a really powerful card in the matchup. Akil getting bashed for 3. Nummy, I'm probably making the treasure here if I'm Nummy. Gets me 1 green away from casting my Cleanup Crew. And he agrees. Murder, corpse explosion, good early aggression. Cast the big score, tosses the deal gone bad. Is able to get out his Glamorous Outlaws. Gonna completely blank the board for Nummy, but he's got the murder waiting in the wings to keep pushing back. Whew! Ominous Parcel finds him a green source. Next turn, he's going to be able to go cast himself a Cleanup Crew. Oh my goodness. Oh, he's not going to be able to cast it next turn unless he were to draw into another green, and that would be a bit too risky of a play to go use your treasure token to go try and get a green right now. So it's going to be still 2 turns out from getting that Cleanup Crew out. It's a rough corpse explosion for Nummy. Okay, that is a Maestro's Theater. Does not unlock a forest for him just yet. Nummy about to get a corpse explosion of his own to potentially clean up the board of all these threats. We will see if Akil goes all in with the Midnight Assassin as well. I think he's going to choose not to, it looks like. He's like, do I use this for removal or do I go get the additional green? And I think, you know, it's harder whenever you're watching and commentating because you have perfect information. But the right call is probably go get the green, cast the Cleanup Crew next turn, kill the Halo Scarab, which then just gets eaten by the Body Dropper. But I understand his desire to hang on to the piece of removal, and classic, there's the second green. I don't really think I care about getting the 4 life. I think I just like, oh, I get to free kill the Halo Scarab there. Okay. I think he's thinking, you know, you're going to have to chump anyway. And then again, Body Dropper just gets to eat it. So it's like, you may as well just eat or get the 4 mana. This could still be a one-sided board wipe, though. I think if I'm Nummy, I am tempted enough to say, yeah, let's do it. He does have the ability to, or Akil has the ability to sacrifice 2 creatures to make the Body Dropper a 4/4. So if he's going to do this corpse explosion, it needs to be for a 4-power creature. And I think he's just got the Crooked Custodians. Yeah, 3 and 2. So he's got the Crooked Custodians and the Exhibition Magician to do a 3-power wipe or a 2-power wipe, which right now don't cut it. If he gets out the Masked Bandits here, all of a sudden, like, yeah, all of a sudden anything else in hand makes it so that you start swinging in, and then you can just use the cleaning crew to clean everything else up. He just, well, okay, it's interesting. He's going to use it for this the 3 for the custodian. He knows that he can't use any more body dropper shenanigans. And this does put him in a really strong position to start swinging in with the cleaning crew. That corpse explosion could be what gets Numot the W. Ekil digging here, trying to find something lucky. He's just getting mountain after mountain. Interesting nightclubber. I think you're still like you are, like if I'm Nummy, I'm thinking, okay, if he's got fake your own death, that is problematic. But then I'm also taking a peek and saying, does he even have fake your own death? He does have fake your own death in his list. No block there almost certainly tells me that he doesn't currently have it in hand. Strong Arm is going to be able to drop 2 counters on the Masked Bandit, and Nummy is not going to be able to do anything about that. It's going to leave him in a position where he is he's kind of looking for something. He's got to find his own fake your own death. He's got to find a Grizzly Sigil. Does it? A Grizzly Sigil does it. That puts him at -1, and then 4 if he does the Nightclubber. So that still doesn't kill it. If he sacks the Nightclubber, he can kill. He could do 1 damage to the 6/6 and then 2 to the 1/2. Or he does 1 damage to the 1/1. Yeah, 3 to the 6/6. He just decides to kill it. That's totally fair. And then, oh, yeah, and then it's an even trade, right? He's got to do the even trade. Take 3. Woo, boy. What a game. Ekil just drawing into more lands. I'm so sorry. You can see the exasperation out of the corner of the screen. What a match. NumotTheNummy crawling back from the grave, digging himself out, saying that not today, death. What do we say, the god of death? Numot. We say not today. And we have Mr. Ekil. Amazing job, incredible performance. Thank you for participating, getting the W yesterday, getting all the way as far as you did today. It has been an absolute pleasure to watch you, and you have played absolutely incredibly. Thank you so much for joining us and for being a part of this, and for just having a good time and securing a good 4th place finish there. And NumotTheNummy fighting through tooth and nail into the 3rd place game. Loser gets 3rd. Winner gets to go play Lord Tupperware in the winner's bracket. It's NicolaiBolas taking on NumotTheNummy. Have they faced each other yet today? No, they haven't. They haven't faced each other all week, actually. It seems like, or well, Nicolai was in a different pod yesterday, and then Nummy and him have not squared off just yet. I'm really excited to see what these two are going to be throwing at each other for this next match. That was absolutely great play from the 2 of them. Let's take a peek at their decks. So here is Nummy. So let's pull up Nicolai. All right. Oh, yes. So Nicolai has got this absurd Cabaret combo deck. We call it Cabaret combos over here. All right. He was able to get Unlucky Witness paired with the Jaxis to continue to draw him a crap ton of cards. Jewel Thief. He did the same thing with Jaxis, making all sorts of treasure tokens. He did a Jaxis with Plasma Jockey to close out a game to stop blockers on Lord Tupperware for his game 2 win in their most recent match. This combo, this whole deck has been absolutely insane. And between the Brazen Upstart, the Warm Welcome, you're able to kind of get to Jaxis to make that combo happen more often than not. He's got the Civic Gardener untapping the Jaxis to allow for 2 of the activations, 2 drawn cards a turn. It is tough because you have to be discarding a card, so you have to be managing like your resources really tight, but you're continuing to draw a card. So if you get to a point where you hit your, your 5th mana and you're able to kind of do this cycling of Jaxis where you're getting cards, you're using the ETBs or on attack triggers from your creatures effectively. Also, we saw a line that he didn't take where he could have maybe copied some Witty Roast Masters for a couple of ETB effects in a single turn, getting, up to 3 damage on creatures entering the battlefield. So this Jaxis combo seems to be what this whole deck revolves around, on top of decent creature quality, good tricks, and just like a really fun deck here that NicolaiBolas has put together. And what we just saw NumotTheNummy piloting was this Riveteer's Pile of Madness. He has done a phenomenal job using the Night Clubber most effectively to its best extent. The Crooked Custodian is an absolute overperformer. It trades up with so many creatures. Like the fact that your Crooked Custodian can trade with a Workshop War Chief is absolutely insane. So this being a 3 power 2 mana creature, although it comes in tapped, the fact that it trades with your Civil Servants, the fact that it trades up on so many creatures in the format is just really, really good. And this is just a great card that shouldn't be overlooked. Nummy has also been using his Extract the Truth to phenomenal value. He's been doing a really good job of like making sure to wait till the perfect moment to use this. Fake Your Own Death, always a good card. Dig Up the Body, always fun to go get back your bombs. And with all these blitz creatures, these forge bosses have been getting in anywhere from like 2 to 8 damage per game. So it seems like Nummy is doing a pretty great job with this black base, splash red, splash green deck. And looks like, yeah, he's got a little bit less red than he does green because he never really needs double red. So he's just playing the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sources for the 4 cards, or 5 cards, 6 sources. But it's working out really well for him. He's only got in trouble a couple of times with mana. But it's been super fun to watch. These guys are piloting the heck out of these decks. And the winner of this match gets to go face the one, the only, the crown-wearing Lord Tupperware himself. Akil, man, thank you for popping in. It was so awesome to have you. It was so great to... Oh, Akil, thank you for the raid. Holy crap. Welcome, everybody. It was so great to kind of watch you duke it out in these matches. Dude, you played out of your mind. Watching you go through the whole bracket yesterday to beat DeFore in the finals was incredible. Today, just like the tight lines you were able to find to get your wins, like just so much fun. Couldn't have thanked you more for coming through. We'll be in touch with you shortly about yesterday's Pod 2 win. So congratulations again, and thank you for coming out. And welcome to all of Akil's followers. For any of you who don't know what eSporter is we run these things called splits. We're creating a unique and engaging esports experience for the casual gamer. When you sign up with eSporter, you get 4 weeks of coaching from your favorite pro or content creator. You get individualized gameplay reviews, draft log reviews, just things to help you improve as an individual, weekly scrimmages and group play opportunities that help you climb a leaderboard we have over here at eSporter. And then it all culminates in a championship tournament for prizes like the one that you're watching today. So we would love to have you. Our next split start next week with Just Lola Man, the week after that with Quarter Calls. We have some other coaches coming up who are really exciting that we'd love to have you join. But come on in, check us out, esporter.win. We would love for you to come join us. It's a really good time over here. And we know that everyone who's participated with us, if anyone's in the chat and has done a split before, they can tell you how fun it is. Cool. So we are going to be, I think the guys are taking a quick break before they head into their next match. Again, we can pull up their decks. These are going to be some fun battles. I like just, sorry, resize a little. I like kind of getting to watch them duke it out and see the kind of combo potential that we have here. Watching NicolaiBolas kind of do a lot with this Jaxis has been super interesting. You know, one of the interesting things about improving through esporters that we actually use a lot of data to try and help our players get better. So early in the format, we're in 17 lands a lot. We go back and look at draft logs and look at reviews of your gameplay to help you figure out lines where maybe something went wrong and you could have done something a little better. And this card, so 17 lands has a new capability where you can sort by worst or worst performing, average performing, and top performing players. And this card is the highest delta between cards that perform poorly in the hands of players with lower win rates, but actually has like a plus 60% win rate in the hands of highly skilled top players. You can kind of see that happening today with NicolaiBolas. It just is this absurd combo with like things like the Jewel Thief, or Witty Roastmasters, or Unlucky Witness, like, or really any of the Plasma Jockeys, the Rakish Revelers, any of these cards with ETBs or effective attack abilities just wind up being this crazy combo. So I'm excited to see how it shakes out between these two. I know Numot and Nicolai are absolutely fierce competitors, and they both really want to win this thing. So I am excited to see what they're going to do today, and I am just like having kid in a candy shop over here, just watching everyone duke it out. And we haven't looked at it in a while, so let's actually take a peek at Tupperware's deck that he has piloted to undefeated in today's tournament. So as you can see, so the interesting thing for anyone who wasn't able to watch the stream with us, it was super interesting as we're watching these guys make their picks. We're like, no one's going brokers right now. It's just like totally against the general consensus of what happens in every one of your pods. Every time you hop into arena, brokers is cut off all the time because everyone's trying to drop brokers. Oh, we're getting into it. All right, we'll talk about it later. We are hopping you into match play with game one of NumotTheNummy and NicolaiBolas. Here we go. This is the loser gets third place in the tournament. Winner gets to go duke it out with Lord Tupperware in the finals. Hi there, 5 Dodo. Big Mac, thank you for coming in, telling people about the experience. Yeah, we'd love to have you join. Spots are filling up fast, so come on in if you guys are interested in being a part of it with us. Ooh, kind of a interesting starting hand. He does have the mountain. Yeah, those old bordered lands are super cool, are kind of hard to tell which land it is. But 2 into 3 into 4, pretty fantastic start from Numot, but Nicolai is not to be counted out here. He also has an incredibly strong start, going 1 into essentially 1-2. So really strong start here from Nicolai as well. These guys are both trying to come out guns blazing. Board presence people here coming down from Numot, choosing, oh, double sticky fingers. Gonna make it very annoying to block. I think you go Custodian 1/1 onto the Unlucky Witness. Interesting. Okay. Exhibition Magician and the 1/1 onto the Unlucky Witness. Oh, okay. So he's probably playing around for the family, like thinking, okay, there's 1 green mana open. What do I need to be careful? That is kind of a blowout had he been for the family. All right. So I guess that's pretty good for Numot that he loses a Plasma Jockey to the Unlucky Witness's exile. But Nicolai is doing a good job of really keeping the train rolling, moving forward. Oh, big pickup from Numot. Gets the fight rigging. That's gonna be hard to overcome. He keeps playing on curve. He's going to be able to get out the fight rigging next turn, maybe leave up that Luxurious Libations for a nice attack here if Nicolai does not come in for an attack himself. Nicolai is able to play the Cabaret Courtyard and play the Jewel Thief, which I think might be the play here. Yep, and he agrees. He's going to get out the treasure token. Yeah, Jewel Thief is just a nice, imposing creature. Next turn, you won't have to blitz out the Plasma Jockey, but can for a good attack. And fight rigging here from Numot. He gets the second Forest. Absolutely huge pickup. Can put the Workshop War Chief underneath the fight rigging. Insane. He's got to put this on probably one of his, probably the 3-4, or the 4-3, but it doesn't really matter. The point is you want to pick the one getting to 7 the fastest to get the workshop war chief out. And I do like that he puts on the custodian there. The forge boss is already a relatively large threat. So if anything's going to catch removal, it's going to be the forge boss. So putting on the custodian there distributes the power level of his threats, enables him to get a quick, this is bad all around. Yeah, that does trade. He's gonna use the treasure to trade with the 4-3. I think that's probably right. Forces. Okay. I like that too. It goes 2-1-1-1. You take a 8 damage. That's a little scary. But then he loses the jockey, and you're not in the worst position. Yeah, there's a world where he still activates. Maybe not. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. It's a little scary. NicolaiBolas really playing the heck out of this deck. He is doing everything to the utmost efficiency. Oh, Rocco is a huge pickup. He's going to be able to go get a 3-drop, but the cleanup crew from Kenji is going to say, not today. Fight rigging on the cleanup crew, getting the war chief. That is a combo that feels insurmountable. Wow, that was huge. What a turn. That might be GG. You can, oh, geez. You can go get a 3-drop with Rocco, but what is I just dropped a 7-7 and a workshop war chief. What do your 3-1 is going to get another 3-drop? I'm unafraid, to say the least. Oh, he used 4-drop with the treasure, able to go get Jaxus. Oh, wow. We've got a game, ladies and gentlemen. I love to see it. He's able to use it on Rocco and then use Rocco to pull out other creatures. Wow, these guys are throwing haymakers. It's like Dr. Mike in the whatever, not the Streamer Showdown, but the YouTube boxing event. These guys are trying to kill each other out here. Oh my goodness. I think that was also called the Streamer Showdown. Maybe not. This is insane. I like this push from Kenji. There's not good blocks here for NicolaiBolas. Yeah. Yeah. You can't. That's lethal. Like, yeah, triple block here. That hurts. He could libation for 1 and then it protects it. Oh my goodness. Wow. That might be game for Kenji. That fight rigging into the workshop war chief. What a combo. Wow. 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 Holy cannolis. What a game from Numot. Dropping down match 1 into just having to play LordTupperware, the reigning undefeated champion, and now battling through the bottom bracket. This man doesn't know how to say no. Just gonna keep winning game after game. This is really exciting. When you look at what you even have in the sideboard, what does the broken wings do for you? Not very much. It was interesting when he boarded in the Capenna Express against EkiLTV because it dodged any of the sorcery speed mass removal. So it left a 6/6 on the board for him. I was wondering why he did that. And it's like, oh, well, Corpse Explosion and Hostile Takeover are both sorcery speed, and you're likely not going to have your thing crewed on his turn, and you can kind of choose so you're not vulnerable to that big attack from him. To that board wipe from your opponent. So that was a good sideboard last time. Excited to see what NicolaiBolas can do here. He's been able to use Rocco to go grab his Jaxus a couple of times now, and boy, that is a pretty insane combo. You love to see it. Again, this is for the finals of the losers bracket. This is deciding 3rd place. Kenji is now up 1-0. NumotTheNummy up 1-0 in a best-of-3 match against NicolaiBolas. Pretty decent starting hand for Kenji. Snap keep for NicolaiBolas, opening with the Jaxus. Going to be able to go turn 2 Informant. Very good. Toss the Scarab potentially. Let's see what he draws there. Yeah, probably toss the Scarab. He does toss the Scarab. Turn 2 from Kenji. Nice to get the Custodian. That was a good draw from him. He does have the second black source to be able to play his Nightclubber. Everything's coming up Millhouse over here. Both sides are looking pretty powerful to start this match. The efficiency with which these two are operating is parallel to none. They know these decks in and out, and they are here to battle, and I love it. Turn 4 Jaxus potentially makes sense. It does potentially run it into a murder, to a full grip of Kenji's cards, into Numot's cards, which is a little bit scary. I do like going 1 for 1 here at Nightclubber just to take out the Socialite. You're getting a nice attack for 3. It's like it feels like a good tempo play there. And then if they want, I'm happy to trade my Clubber for their Informant. Nicolai does go turn 4 Jaxus. Ooh. Interesting. The Extract the Truth is interesting because you know that oftentimes this deck, or NicolaiBolas' deck, is going to be top decking. So, you know, he's going to be dropping his threats as soon as he gets them. That murder is going to be huge, and that might destroy Nicolai's fancy game plans with his discard, copy, draw cards system. He might be in too much trouble. He might lose a too important piece, a glue piece to his strategy in order to take home this W. That Extract the Truth is gonna hurt. It's gonna nab his rock. Oh, honestly, he might grab the Swooping Protector. I think he would grab the Rocco. Yeah, okay. Yeah, now he has to grab the Rocco. Yeah, if I'm looking at that and I'm Kenji, I'm not very scared. Honestly, that Grizzly Sigil is looking pretty spicy. But what are you getting rid of? You don't really want to kill the Clubber for trading for that. Yeah, I think I'm trying to just position myself to be in good shape for the rest of the game. Oh, he does need more black than red. I think he's got a lot more double black spells, and he want a double spell with. Does he not have red yet? The Xander's Lounge. He does have access to red. I probably would have gotten a swamp there instead of a mountain, just because there have been a couple of turns where he wanted to play a 2-pip black spell and then a 1-pip black spell and wasn't able to. So yeah, I don't think I care as much about that second mountain. Double antagonize here from NicolaiBolas, able to push in a fair amount of damage. That's 10 damage out of nowhere. Halo Scarab gets him another treasure. Dig Up the Body's pretty good. Is Grizzly Sigil also gaining you life? That's what I need to know. You gain 1 life. Yeah, it is also gaining you life. Okay. So Grizzly Sigil could be a real nice, might save Kenji, but it is sorcery speed, so he might not be able to play it when he needs to play it. This crackback's a little scary. 1, 2, gets to do that for 4. He would put Nicolai at 4. If he does that 4/4, he puts Nicolai at 4. And that's pretty nice. Does that close it out? Does that? Not yet. But there is a world where Nicolai gets a little lucky. Does he have a For the Family? I don't think he does. So just took a quick look. He does not have a For the Family. He does not have a 1-mana pump spell. Or at least in his main board. He could have potentially sided into it. It doesn't look like he had one in his main board. 8 damage out of nowhere from the double antagonize, though, is kind of scary. He does choose the full value for 4. He wants to put Nikolai at 4. Nikolai with his tournament life on the line. He draws a Cabaret Charm. What can that do for him? He's got 5 mana. He gets to swing in with everything, gets trample. 6 total, 9 total, gets 1 block, 8 gets through, 12. He's 1 off lethal. Oh, no. Oh, my goodness. Kenji tapped out. Nikolai 1 off lethal. That is heartbreaking. Oh, my goodness. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. And then I think if this is the attack he does, that Nikolai just loses next turn, unfortunately. Ah, wow. If that 1/1 wasn't there, he would have lethal. Wow, that's insane. He gets 9 with the Cabaret Charm pump, blocks 1, adds 4 with antagonize. That's 12. See, and the thing that the way you learn is you go back in, if you're Nikolai, you go back and look at the game and you're like, is there anywhere where I could have snuck in 1 more damage? Because, which is a super interesting question, because it's like, oh, you know, I maybe should have planned for that kind of thing. Yeah. Oh, wait a sec. What the heck? Ah! I didn't even think about the double antagonize. Wow, I'm over here like be mana efficient. No, just get the extra damage. Let's go, Nikolai. Great match. Same reaction from Numa. Just as surprised as me. I'm over here like, how do you make it work with the Cabaret Charm? No. You don't need the Cabaret Charm. It's just double pump with the antagonize. Duh. Wow. Wow. You love to see it. Numa did not expect it in the slightest. Just as surprised as we were as we're going through the math. Wow, Nikolai. Way to find the line. We're going to a game 3, a rubber match for 3rd place. This is for all the marbles. Do either players have to mulligan? Let's find out. Oh, really good starting hand from Kenji. He's going to be able to get Swamp out into the parcel to go get his double. Do you want the double forest there? I was going to say to get his double forest, but I actually think that Maestro's gets you your mountain, and then I guess you can kind of wait. You can kind of be patient there. I think I'm playing Maestros here and going to get a mountain. Yeah. Because I want to watch a couple more draws and see if I can get away with drawing that second swamp. Yeah, because if you play the forest, that means you need to crack your parcel that turn to try and be efficient. This is interesting. Kenji does not have a creature for the corpse explosion in the yard, but if he can get one in the yard, he's going to be in great shape. Oh my gosh. I think you go get a second swamp. Yeah. Always rewarded. Don't have to be lucky. Don't have to be good when you're lucky. That second forest is going to be huge for Kenji. He's going to be able to cast almost everything in his pile now. Wow, 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 wow. Okay, so we're looking at things from Nikolai's point of view. He's able to get the Cabaret Charm and the Plasma Jockey from his Unlucky Witness. He does cast the Cabaret Charm to get himself 2, I would assume 2 more 1/1s, or potentially use it as a removal for the Forge boss. He does choose to get the 1/1s. We see the Riveteer's Charm in Nikolai's hand. He's got the ability to cast these Rakish Revelers next turn. And we're back on Kenji's side of things with Nikolai up top. We see a Girder Goons making its way to the battlefield. It seems that Kenji has, NumotTheNummy has stabilized quite a bit. The initial onslaught has been mitigated. Double pings from these Witty Roast Masters. This Witty Roast Master, honestly, when I first saw it, I was like, I didn't believe. Oh, Workshop War Chief, huge pickup from Kenji. That life is going to be a massive stabilizing force. Kept ready Courtyard helping to Nikolai to thin out his deck here. Still doesn't have the mana to play the Riveteer's Charm yet. It's possible he can get himself a treasure soon if he's able to draw into either of his Jewel Thieves. This Witty Roastmaster is just pinging away. Ping, ping, pinging away. Surprisingly effective card in these builds. My opinion, this is the best way to play Streets of New Capenna Limited. Just makes it so that Brokers is oftentimes just less busted. And, you know, if you're playing against the other people in your pod, you're kind of forced to make a deck that's not necessarily Brokers, and it can be strong. And I also think it mitigates the bustedness of the Brokers decks, even though, as we see with LordTupperware's deck, he has got a strong deck even without his Sanctuary Warden. And it's just like commons and uncommons for the most part. Probably trades in favor of NumotTheNummy's hand just because he's probably got a bit more long-term viability. I also think that he is trying to gear up for this corpse explosion from the Forge boss is going to be huge. Yeah, that could be game for NicolaiBolas. I think he unfortunately maybe walked headfirst into disaster as he, oh goodness, that might be game. Insane. Kenji, loving the value. Taking the train straight to Value Town, the express route, sitting in the front car, having drinks in Value Town. Oh gosh, that was painful. Nikolai does get his Jaxus out. Unfortunately, he doesn't have the board state to continue using its ability. The murder is going to take out Jaxus. And Nikolai is going to say, that is enough for me. Nikolai, amazing job. Congratulations on your third place finish. We appreciate you. Thank you for coming through and participating the past 2 days. But Kenji, Egashira, NumotTheNummy, moving on to the finals against his round 1 loss opponent, LordTupperware. What a tournament we have seen today. Let's take you over to the bracket to take a peek at what is going on with our contestants and participants. What a match. What a match. NicolaiBolas coming in third of the Streamer Showdown, Just Lola Man Esporter Streamer Showdown. For anyone who doesn't know what we do over here, we are eSporter. We set up and curate esports experiences. We call our month-long programs splits. When you sign up for a split, you get 4 weeks of coaching from your favorite professional or content creator, individual gameplay reviews, as well as draft log reviews and things to help you improve personally. You get weekly scrimmages and group play opportunities, and it all culminates in a final championship tournament like the one you're watching today. So come join us. We got splits starting with Just Lola Man and Quarter Calls next week. We would love to have you. Come check out our website, esporter.win. Come check out our Discord, !Discord in the chat. We're moving on to the finals here with one of our very own old coaches, LordTupperware, Ethan Sachs, versus NumotTheNummy in the finals of the Streets of New Capenna Streamer Showdown. These guys have been battling for 2 straight days to get to, actually, they were in the same pod. They were in the same pod on day 1, and now we see them making it all the way to the finals here today on day 3. So excited to get this match started. These guys have played absolutely incredibly well. Ethan has gotten a couple of hours of a reprieve since he went through the winner's bracket and kind of steamrolled everybody. Let's take a quick look at the decks of our participants. So here we have Numot's deck. We just saw it. We just saw that insane corpse explosion to take completely one-sided Wrath to win him the game into murdering the Jaxus. And NicolaiBolas said, that is all I got. Game over. Soft Cactus streams a little quiet. Thanks for letting me know. I'll speak up a little bit louder. I'm a little bit far from the microphone. I can maybe move myself a little bit closer. Thank you for letting me know. Okay, great. So we're looking here at NumotTheNummy's deck list. Super strong deck. He's been piloting the crap out of it, and he has been seeing great success. And his round one loss, the only loss he's taken all day, he's taken a couple of game losses, but the only match loss has been to this deck from Ethan Stacks, Lords of Limited podcast co-host and Streets of New Capenna Streamer Showdown finalist. Look at what he's built here. So one of the things we were noticing during the draft was that Brokers was particularly open. So these cards like Lagrella, Broker's Charm, some of these Sparta Adjudicators were coming out pretty late. So Ethan was kind of bobbing and weaving, like was kind of in between some of the Broker's colors, and then started to get hooked up in pack 2. And as you see here, he actually put together quite a nice build. You know, when I look at the power level of each of these decks, the Sanctuary Warden, out of control. Absolute bomb. It's been in Ethan's hand almost every game that we've watched him play on stream, but a lot of good cards to get him through the middle part of the game. A lot of cards that net you a lot of tempo, like this Make Disappear, double Rafine's Informant, Backup Agent. Not crazy powerful, but it's been super effective all day long. And Kenji, on the other hand, NumotTheNummy has got a little bit of a black, red, green Riveteers kind of pile. Not a whole lot of fixing, but enough that he's gotten the job done with it every single time. And he's got, you know, a good number of lands or things to go get the extra green sources. We've seen a couple of times the double black and the double green have conflicted a little bit, or mana's been a little questionable, but he's been able to find his way through every time. Overperformers have been the Crooked Custodians. Nightclubber was amazing as always. Fight Rigging in game 1 against NicolaiBolas. He went or game 2 maybe, I can't remember. He went Fight Rigging into putting the Workshop War Chief behind, into playing the cleanup crew, activating the Fight Rigging, bringing out the War Chief. Absolutely insane. Nummy versus Tuppy. That's right. We love to see these guys coming in. Much clearer now. Oh, I did not know this. Numot actually beat Ethan on day 1, and then Ethan came back and crushed him day 2, and now they have the true rubber match. But this is a test of wills. Now Numot has to beat Tuppy in 2 full matches. So he needs to not only get lucky with draws, he needs to pilot the crap out of this thing, because Lord Tupperware is sitting there with his, you know, crown of plastic over there, undefeated. This guy, so Tuppy just needs to put together 2 game wins in a best of 3, and then he walks away the eSporter Just Lola Man Streamer Showdown champion for Streets of New Capenna. I am incredibly excited to see these guys duke it out. This is going to be a really good time. We've been waiting all day for this matchup, and man, these guys are ready to battle. I wonder who's feeling more stress or anxiety, them or me. I don't know. We'll see. Again, come join up with us. Tupperware game advantage, or a match advantage. He has a straight up match advantage. Lord Tupperware is undefeated 5 dodo. He needs to win. Kenji needs to beat Tupperware and then beat him again in the match in order to take this thing completely home, because Kenji's sitting with 1 match loss, Tup's sitting with none. It's so funny, you know, knock on wood. I want to see something good happen, but you know, we've run a dozen of these tournaments now, and we actually haven't seen the loser bracket participant come up and overtake the winner's bracket winner. Today could be the day. I want to see it happen. It takes so much focus, mental fortitude, energy management, mental capacity management in order to fight through like 6 straight games of Magic if they're all going to 3. And it's just, and the level that these guys play at, granted, this is their specialty. They're streaming all day long. They're playing high level Magic 6-7 hours a day. But now there's some real stuff on the line. These guys are about to fight it out for the real deal. I'm so excited to watch them play. Kenji's taking a peek at what Ethan's got cooking over there, and he's like, ooh, is this going to be a problem? It could be. We'll see. I'm excited. So I do want to make sure that Kenji does also know that I think he probably knows that Tupperware's got the match advantage. So maybe someone Yeah, I'm sure he knows that kind of thing. But needs to see some good gameplay. Lord Tupperware has got a big advantage here. Let's see if he can take home the W in the final rubber match of the Streamer Showdown hosted by eSporter. All right, this is an awful starting hand for Kenji. Sorry, bud. He decides to keep it. We get a quick refresh on the stream, and we see that they are a couple of turns in. He did take the mulligan on his hand, so it looks like we're going into turn 4 on the draw. So it seems like Kenji did take the mulligan on the draw. He's going to be able to get out turn 4 Forge Boss, which is likely going to get Meg disappeared, unfortunately. Oh, and Ethan again starts the game with the Sanctuary Warden. This man has golden fingers today. He has been very lucky with drawing this Warden almost every single game. Someone, let me check to see what I was told, but Ethan was told that by turn. It's only one match. That it's only one match. Okay, that's fine. I haven't been communicating with the tournament organizers. Just let me double check that on my end. All right, let's get back to the action here. Sorry about that. Just make sure I have proper information as well to share alongside with you guys. All right, we see a Forge Boss hit the battlefield. See initial Forge. Oh, okay. So it looks like Tuppy did not choose to make disappear the initial Forge Boss. Just a regular best of 3 for the final. So it looks like I was incorrect. It seems like the tournament organizers over here are telling me that it's just a single regular best of 3 for the finals. All right. So we got to slip out the back and make disappear that Kenji now knows about in Ethan's hand. A significantly less effective card when your opponent knows that the counter could be coming. Was able to extract the truth to get the Sanctuary Warden out of Ethan's hand, and all of a sudden the matchup becomes infinitely more level when but Kenji's still sitting at 4 life right now, so we'll see if Ethan is able to run away with this W. All right, so we see some stabilization here with the Girder Goons coming down on Numot's side of the battlefield. Lord Tupperware has got him very close. Oh, this Paragon of Modernity could just spell blouses for Tupperware. 2 attacks away. Torch Breath, very big pickup for Numot here. He's going to be able to get rid of that Paragon of Modernity. Lord Tupperware going all in here getting the Broker's Veteran as well as the Paragon onto the battlefield. Torch Breath in. Ooh. Numot's back pocket is going to be a huge deal. He doesn't have the green mana to cast the Lagrella. Oh, goodness. That could be game, but if it goes on just a little bit too long without him being able to get a treasure or a green mana, that Echo Inspector is going to eat that Torch Breath, which is going to work out really well for Ethan here. Tosses a island. Yeah, LordTupperware is going to still have to find that green mana. Yeah, apologies to everyone in chat. I was misinformed. They've known the whole time it was just a single best of 3 match for the finals. So just a heads up, it's not actually beating him 2 times. That's how we run it in the esporter tournaments. If it is double elimination, you have to win 2 times against the top bracketed opponent. But here it's just a single best of 1. Yeah, it hurts. It hurts. Definitely feel it hurts Numot to have to use that that Torch Breath on the Echo Inspector, but it is representing a 2-turn clock. Crooked Custodian, a little bit more defense on the baseline there. Dig Up the Body could be a huge pickup for Numot right here. Oh, just kidding. He's got very little in his graveyard at the moment. Forge Boss going to help poke in a little bit. Addition, that mill from the Dig Up the Body turns out to be absolutely critical. Getting Kenji a Workshop War Chief and helping him. Oh, wow. LordTupperware finds the green mana for Lagrella, but the right question is, what do you need to get rid of? This is a really challenging call because ultimately you might want to bag one of yours. You might want to do like the Mage's Attendant potentially. But you also want to get one of theirs, and you don't want to give an extra life gain from the Workshop War Chief. So you might want to do the Forge Boss because the 3/2s are not very scary, but the War Chief is the biggest threat on the battlefield. The nice thing is that if you can kill the War Chief and then you can use the Lagrella's ability on his token's not coming back. So that's all value. That's essentially a straight up removal spell for you if you can just get rid of the War Chief or somehow bait Numot into an attack. He does choose to get rid of the Workshop War Chief, and none of his own creatures. Says, YOLO, let's get it in. Gonna get in 3 damage. It's gonna lose his Rafine's Informant. Gonna get in 5 damage and lose the Rafine's Informant. He does have the Goons next turn, which he's going to be able to get out, and he's going to have an additional 4 mana up. Definitely, this is a tough call to make. Yeah, I think you ultimately want to. I don't hate blocking the 1/1 and taking a little bit of additional damage, but it does leave you dead to really any of the flyers that Lord Tupperware could draw into. This next turn leaves him with a 5/5 2/1 1/1 2/3, and you have 4 attackers against Kenji's 4 blockers. So yeah, well, okay, so this now is different. This leaves you with 4 attackers versus Kenji's 3 blockers. Okay. That's a big pickup there. The Exhibition Magician is a huge pickup there. He's able to get an additional body there and set himself up to continue blocking for another turn. Yeah, this is I think the line is almost certainly cast them both. But the problem is, unfortunately, you're kind of still chumping that 5/5, but maybe you chump the 5/5 with the 1/1. You don't really want to kill the Broker's Veteran. Oh, he blitzes it in. I like it. I like it. He's got to get a Corpse Explosion, I think. Okay. He does have enough blockers here without Ethan having a piece of removal. He does get the 2/2. Sacrifice gets another 2 damage. Cleanup Crew could be a huge stabilizing force. Fight ringing into the Cleanup Crew. Oh my goodness. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. What is he going to get? He's got a Forge Boss, okay? He's got a Forge Boss. Oh, he chooses the Deal Gone Bad. He's able to pump the Cleanup Crew. He's able to kill the Deal Gone Bad. Get the Workshop War Chief back. Oh my God, the combos. Are you crazy? This is insane. This is insane. Oh my goodness. I'm not entirely positive what just happened here, that the Deal Gone Bad did not. Sacrifice for a counter. Wait, I'm still not entirely positive what happened there. Sacrifice for. Okay. Well, the Deal Gone Bad there did not go through. I might need someone in chat to quickly explain to me what the heck just happened. Because once he hit 7, I thought he was able to cast that Deal Gone Bad, but I might be crazy. Ballroom Breakers or Ballroom Dancers? I don't know. Ballroom Breakers, or whatever their name is. This is a pretty good pickup here. Getting first strike on your Dapper Shield made attacks is pretty good, but not really that good when you're up against an 8/8. Fight rigging is still going to be incredibly difficult for Lord Tupperware to get around here. Ethan sacrificed the wizard to counter. Oh my goodness. I didn't even realize that he was fully tapped out. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Thank you for calling that out, guys. I totally missed that happening. I'm trying to look at the graveyard like, what just happened here? But that's incredible. I forgot that it was an activated ability as well. Jeez. Heads up play from Lord Tupperware there, not letting him get back that Workshop War Chief. Yeah, this is pretty intense moment. I feel like it really could go either way. The Sanctuary Warden being gone for Ethan really puts him in a tough place. I don't know what he could even be drawing into to potentially close out the rest of this game. So let's take a quick peek. He's got another Spar's Adjudicators. He's got his Echo Inspector and Paragon of Modernity have both died. He's got an Obscura Initiate. He's got a Majestic Metamorphosis. The problem is he doesn't have a way to get around some of these blockers. A Hold for Ransom on the Crew could be enough to get the job done, but Numot is putting together a pretty deep stack of blockers. Ethan getting a lot of lands here. Land for Numot here. Probably about time that he got one of those too. It's only fair. I like this is a big enough board that as soon as Kenji gets like anything to blitz, you just don't even attack with the blitz creature. You should let it get sacked at the end, and then it's two triggers off of the forge bosses. I think I'm putting one on one of the forge bosses to make it a 5 toughness and to give yourself a block on the Dapper Shield Mate. Another land for Lord Tupperware here. This connive is going to be pretty important for Kenji. Corpse Explosion's not bad. It kind of hurts him more than it helps him right now. Yeah, that's actually not going to do a whole lot for him. There's a world where you keep stacking the cleanup crew and they start attacking. Once it gets to 10, it's a 10-10. It's actually like it has to get triple blocked. It starts, you start taking shield counters off stuff. They got to chump. Oh, okay. He's saying this is the moment. He is in a position where he can potentially survive the crackback. And then also whatever, yeah, you should let him block whatever. And then whatever doesn't get killed, they lose all the counters. You get Corpse Explosion. And then, oh, geez, does that even close it out? Then your cleanup crew lives. You get back your war chief. Yeah, that's it. That's a great line from Numot here. He's going to be able to wipe the board pretty comfortably with a 2. Everything has now lost its shield counters. It's 2 or 3. He needs a 3. He can use the Corpse Explosion at 3, kill both their boards. Wow. Oh my goodness. And Kenji might have closed it out there. Ethan drawing into a land and Numot taking game 1 away from Ethan. Massive beats here. Both are going into game 2 with a deep understanding of each other's decks. I feel like this is the 3rd game they've played. Going into the 4th game they've played just in this pod alone. Wow, what a match. What a match. For all the marbles, I love watching this. This is some high-level magic from 2 of the best players, 2 of the best streamers in the game right now. I'm sure I wonder if they keep track of like the results of their battling on the leaderboard. Like, okay, yeah, I'm like 17 and 24. Or I'm like 18 and 19 against the Numot here. I want to know if they know. If one of them knows, I want to know. Man, what overperformer for the weekend? Corpse Explosion. Every time we've seen that cast, we've actually been in a good position. 1 second, be right back. All right, getting into game 2, we see decent starting hands from the 2 of them. Oh, it does look like, unfortunately, Ethan may have had to take a mulligan there. He does draw into the Sanctuary Warden again, and this time, Kenji does not have the Extract the Truth in hand. We will see if he can get it in time to nab that Warden, but things could be coming up, Mr. Tupperware if he's able to get this card out on time. Super interesting non-block there. I think because I'm interested in trying to mitigate any early game losses to like my life total. Like I know that Numot wants to put pressure on me, right? Wants me to try and like die as quickly as possible and then find a way to push in with some of his blitz creatures. I think I might be trading my agent there with the Crooked Custodian. Seeing the second Crooked Custodian follow up, I might be less interested in actually letting that happen. But, you know, without perfect information, I think I maybe would have made that trade there. Yeah, Numot's looking pretty good with the amount of removal he's actually able to have right now. He's going to be in pretty good shape. If Ethan is able to find his third color and can start getting counters on this Paragon of Modernity, it's also going to be pretty strong. Yeah, Ethan's best friend would just be a handful of lands right now. It's not often that you're like, give me runner, land, but this is one of those times. Kenji going clubbing. And then you go to put it on the Paragon. Oh, okay. Well, Grizzly Sigil, I did not realize was a sorcery. So looks like he might be able to sack the... Oh, he's going to sack the Night Clubber and then kill probably the Paragon. All right, another land's a good pickup for Lord Tupperware here, but Fight Rigging is also a great pickup for Numot. Girder Goons is nice to put behind, but Broken Wings might be exactly what you need to try and counter the Paragon or the Sanctuary Warden. He does go with the Goons, opting to push damage. He's going to be able to get in 7 here, and Ethan's not going to want to trade. I mean, it's tough. You got to pray that you get a land, but you do want to protect your life total. So there's a world where you're trading this Paragon for the 3/2, and I could totally see it happening. Well, I guess you could trade it for the 3/3. You just don't get the counter. Oh, and Numot opting not to attack here. Really interesting choice. Spar's Adjudicators does give access to the green mana, which will allow him to play the Lagrella, nabbing the countered Crooked Custodian. And then I think maybe because he's attacked with the Paragon, he's planning on getting his own Paragon. Yes, he is. Okay. That makes sense. All right, we've got an attack in here. Fight Rigging counter goes on to his Custodian. We've got an attack in here, getting Lord Tupperware down to 5. All right. Apologies for the short delay there. We lost internet connection for a quick second, and we're back, though. Numot getting a cleanup crew. Big draw. Oh, my goodness. Huge draw from Numot, getting Lord Tupperware down to 1. Is he going to be able to stabilize? And we want to welcome in our newest esporter coach, Just Lola Man. Luca, welcome to the street. Oh my gosh, Numot takes the W and the entire tournament. coming up from the losers bracket, able to go all the way through the bracket to a W. Congratulations, NumotTheNummy, on an absolutely massive win. Maybe we can get him in for a quick post-game interview to chat with him real quick.
Okay, I can't hear you for some reason. I think you have the...
Man, what a
maybe
match. That
you're
was a
muted
ton of fun
in the
to
call.
watch
I
that
see that
tournament.
it says that you're
Just a
muted
really
for
good
me.
deck. Got to take a screenshot of that and post it up there. Sorry about missing the last couple of seconds there, everyone, but Numot was able to take it with a late drawn cleanup crew. So absolutely incredible play from Kenji as he worked his way through the losers bracket back to the finals to take the W.
Oh, hey there.
Luca, welcome. Hey there. I was just introducing you to everyone on stream. You are live, and I was just saying that you're our newest esporter coach, and I wanted to welcome you.
Well, thanks for that. I couldn't join you before. It was, well, as we discussed, I had a lot of things that I needed to be done.
Don't sweat it. It was a great time. It was great to watch these guys duke it out. Kenji coming through with an absolutely huge W at the end of the day. It was a lot of fun to kind of watch these guys fight it out. So it was an incredible week of play. Just really a lot of really good people to watch and to participate with.
I'm just gonna congratulate the winners here in our Discord chat. I publicly congratulate them right here as well. We are gonna think about like maybe changing the structure so there is like some sort of advantage for the one who didn't get defeated. Even though this is how I like it. This is how I've always liked it like this. Whenever they're like I'm playing in the pre-release. The one thing that I do mind is like if you get paired against people have same results, but for some they know that they're never going to advance just because they played against somebody who maybe left the tournament or didn't get the best results. So I'm kind of all about like you get a finals, that's the goal, you play. But I think most people enjoy having a bit of an advantage, or it seems more fair when they do have that advantage when they get to the finals without having a single loss. So that's something that I'm definitely going to consider for the future tournaments.
Sure. Yeah, I definitely think that people would appreciate going through that in the future. Up above us, we can see the winning deck from Kenji as he battled his way through, not only winning Pod 1 on day 1, but also being able to take down the whole tournament. This man established dominance and crushed throughout the entire week of tournament play.
Hey guys, we have an echo on the audio. Luca, just if you could lower the volume of the speakers.
Okay, sure. Well, this usually never happens. I do a ton of coaching, and I guess it's I'm not sure why. Well, I can get myself the headphones if you want.
There's best of 2 or 3 matches. But we'll take it. Yeah. It was a little strange, but yeah, I think in the future when there's a double elimination, we'll kind of figure out the different ways to make it a little bit better for that person who does go undefeated through the whole tournament. But an incredible day of play from all of our participants. Tons of fun to watch. Can't thank Lola Man enough for helping get this all set up and getting in contact with all the streamers and making this happen. Again, if you guys want to be a part of his split, it actually starts next week. Spots are filling up really quickly, so we would love for you to join. Again, that's 4 weeks of coaching from Lola Man himself, individualized gameplay and draft log reviews, weekly scrimmages and group play opportunities that all culminate in a tournament just like this. So you can come join him at esporter.win. You can see his picture, click right on his face, and you can go check out what's all going on here at esporter.
Okay, thanks for that. Well, yeah, I'm excited to start with the splits. I usually do a lot of individual coaching, but this is a very, very interesting take on. Well, it's definitely cheaper, right, than doing the individual coaching. But the end, like after those 4 weeks, getting that in the tournament with cash prizes, like that's something that seems interesting. Like I would probably be interested. Maybe I'm gonna join somebody else's splits. I'm not even joking. Maybe I'm gonna just do it just to see how that is, like just to go through the experience. Because I mean, going infinite in coaching sounds like a lot of fun.
Yeah, we're not really here to try that. It's more about learning community, and the fact that you get to compete for some stakes is great. We're not looking for people to come in just to spike the tournament. It's really about learning community and finding other people to play with. But you do get to compete for cash prizes at the end of the tournament, and we do want you to come and participate and see how fun it is to compete with these stakes and feel a little bit of pressure when you're playing. It's a really good time. But yeah, come join us. We're starting next week with Luca. It's just Lola Man, and it's going to be awesome. We can't wait to get that started. You can see that all in the link in the chat, and we would love to have you guys come join us. Yeah, so congratulations again to Numot if you're watching. Great job, man. I can't believe you pulled that out. Lord Tupperware, thank you for coming through and playing all week. You also battled your butt off. Good job. That was a ton of fun. Really, really good time watching you guys.
That one match, like it's Magic is a game where the best players are gonna make mistakes. Doesn't matter, like especially in limited. Like that's how it's gonna be. That's the reason why I'm playing it. If there was no mistakes to make, there was no way I would be streaming Magic. It would be too boring, right? If you can't improve anymore, what are you really doing here? But that was so funny when Ethan, aka LordTupperware, had a 1/1 that can counter non-creature spells, and then
oh my gosh! For a second I was like, "What just happened?" And the chat had to explain it to me because the token had disappeared off the battlefield. I was like, "I see no remnants of what just happened." Yeah, but even Numot was laughing. He was like, "Ah, crap! Oops."
Yeah, and it was like it's they both made like a series of puns. That was so much fun. Like that's one thing that I love about Magic. These things are gonna happen. It's not gonna be like perfect game every single time. Like Numot could have played the rigging first and then play the 6/6. Boom, that's it. Not don't play anything else. That's fine. Everything is great. But he played the 6/6 first, and then he played the fight rigging, and then Ethan kind of forgot to counter the fight rigging, right? And then he remembered, oh wait, I can counter things with this after the fight rigging triggered, right? So that the rigging shouldn't have even been there on the field, but that was a lot of fun, that part. And then like Namut, he realized it when Namut played the ring. He's like, oh my god, he could have countered this. Oh, I completely forgot about it.
Right, the quick hover. You can never hover over the opponent's cards because then they're like, wait, what does that do again?
Exactly. And then Namut played the -3/-3, and he's like, oh wait, he can counter that as well. What am I doing? It's like he realized his mistake. It's not like he because that's when I was watching from both of their sides. It was not like he was completely oblivious to what was happening, and then once he cast the tweet, like he realized his first mistake, but it cascaded into the second one, and Ethan kind of backtracked. Okay, wait, I'm not gonna make. He realized his mistake, but didn't make it again. So beautiful. It was beautiful. I love it that was something that happened in the last game, and actually this just the last spot, the finals, had a lot of these moments that you can never expect. You never know how it's going to get. Sometimes you just steamroll, somebody steamrolls, or just gets a completely broken deck, or the draws are not there. I mean, we are playing a card game. Like there's always a certain percentage of non-games in every single card game. But this was really nice. There were a lot of these situations. NicolaiBolas, for example, with the
Jaxis combos. Yeah, he had some sweet copying the Jewel Thief, copying the double copy on the Plasma Jockey, the swing in for the win. There was a lot of cool things that Nikolai did. Ekil had some good combos and good play. Honestly, everyone we watched today delivered a really fun match play experience. So that was incredible. I was so happy to watch that. And honestly, like Lola Man saying, we all have this opportunity to improve. It's something that even the best players in the game, the people who sit at top Mythic, still can improve. There are still ways we can all tighten up. And the best way to improve is with someone who knows how to teach you well and with some friends. So come do that with us. We would love to have you. Thank you again for everyone coming out today. Today was an absolute blast. This whole week was an absolute blast. So we're definitely going to do this again in the near future. Come join our splits. This whole experience in general is really fun. And I think Luca's going to be a big part of that in helping you have a good time. So we would love to have you come join us. Join us in our Discord. Come join us for one of our splits. Come see what we've got going on. See if it's for you.
Thank you for sponsoring the tourney. Like these are one of my best times as a streamer Okay, sure. Didn't make it. It was like completely steamrolled in the opposite way. Like just went to O2. Same like him, right? On day 2, boom, just go to O2. Somebody has to go there. Somebody has to go there. Well, I don't like that it was me, but somebody has to go there. It's just how it is in a Swiss tourney. But these are definitely my favorite times as a streamer when I'm competing against other top tier drafters. It's just a beautiful time. And thank you for providing us the prize, right? We were doing this for a long time. Like most of the people who you saw today and over the last 2 days, just for pride, just because we love competing against each other. And then this is beautiful when you're actually competing for something so at stake, except pride, right? So thank you very much for that opportunity.
Yeah, of course.
think-
It definitely adds a layer of excitement when there's a little bit more on the line, and you know, everyone really feels the pressure and wants to win a little bit more.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome. Well, that is going to be all for today's stream. We appreciate everyone coming out and watching and kind of participating in the gameplay. Again, click on that link in the chat. Come check out what we're all about. We would love to have you join us for Luca's Split next week. And if you have any questions, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm Quente on Discord, and you can come join us. And we'll type our Discord in the chat so you can see that link as well. Luca, thanks for stopping by, and everyone, thanks for watching the matches. And we will catch you all next time.
See ya. Ciao. Bye-bye. Thanks for having me.